Hello, hello. Here we are yet again. Today is new day. Today is Friday. Today is Grim Dawn. There we go. Yeah. We got this Warlord here. First Warlord I've actually made. He's not as oomphy as characters I've made, but I'm hoping the durability stands. We got a completely badass shield. The big old razor blade is kind of freaking awesome. And yeah, we'll see how far we get. My goal is to beat Chronoline today, so we'll see how we go. Mind you, we haven't even beaten Krieg. Maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse. We will see. Yeah, I gruesome and bloody, just the way I like it. Yeah, I'm excited to kind of see how this pans out because, yeah, look at this. We got the Bone Snap Gavel. Ooh. I mean, it's not very fast. Rending Force. Is that a thing I use? This will take some time to kind of... There we go. Oh, so it's just a soldier ability? Force Wave? It's an attack? Meh. I know it's for shields, however, doesn't really fit my particular build. Internal trauma, crit damage, physical damage, internal trauma, offensive, rending force. Maybe the pierce damage is fine. Nah, it's not a good enough upgrade. That's what I'm sticking with. We're level 17, not quite time to go against a Salazar yet. That's where I feel like we're going to get another major upgrade. Like, we got a lot of things really fast with this character, which is awesome. But I'm getting greedy. We're getting some more. I just really need a strength-based belt. That's going to be a tough one. Since we're not making a character that's geared towards mana, I am going to keep the voices down just so that we don't have to hear, I'm out of mana, I'm out of mana, I'm out of mana. Cool, so we're going to turn this in real quick and kind of we're going to get ourselves a little warm up. It's going to feel good. Do a little this. There's another dead guy, don't worry. Hello. It's a persuasion. I wonder if that's like the want of any student. It's just like to try to supersede the master, to take over. Yeah, I know eventually I'm going to have to start using, finding physical resistance. As that's like the major upgrade that we need to, as a fighter. Or is it, I'm not sure if it's a physical resistance or just straight up damage resistance. You made it to the Warden's lab, haven't faced him yet. Okay, well, I'm going to be pretty close behind you, assuming I don't die. Stand by. I have noticed, I'm not used to, like, enemies taking a while to die. This is... I don't know if this is a good thing. I'll read what you said real quick, Mad Hat. Give me a moment. How you doing today? Good to see you. Hope you're ready for the rail gods tomorrow. Alright. So you've made it to the Warden's lab, but haven't faced him yet. Build's coming out pretty nice. Able to focus on the bigger guys while little guys kill themselves. Oh, hell yeah. Woohoo! It's time for the choo-choo. That's awesome. I'm actually excited for that game. Kind of, like, you know, beginning to end, I'm kind of excited to see how we grow as a team in that regard. Or fail. You know, that's also an option. I don't even know why I'm going this way. I'm not even opening the door. Speaking of which, don't I have a devotion? I do. Is it damage resistance? Mental resistance, bleeding resistance, damage reduction. What is it called? Like, what is that ultimate fighter defensive ability where you just, like, flat out reduce damage? Is it damage resistance? Physical resistance? Been a minute, so it's going to take me a minute to find that. However, we want to finish out the turtle. So, when threatened, protective barrier forms around you, negating further harm. Yes. Drops below 66. It's going to happen more with that. Although, having defensive ability is going to be awesome. I like the turtle. I mean, I like turtles in general. I don't think there's a universal damage resistance. So it is physical. So it's physical damage resistance then. There's gotta be. There's gotta be. It may be. I may be thinking of physical resistance and kind of changing it in my brain. Just, you know, being inherently wrong. But God, does my health drop a lot. Can't wait to get kind of like to Krieg's area where I can start investing into my resistances again. Because, yeah, my pierce resistance is eh. There are physical damage resistance, but physical is one of the types of damage. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'll do some investigating in a little bit. Just kind of get in the squares of it. It's basically... Doing this game like that is kind of like playing this game for the first time anew. Just with a completely different character type. Like, I feel like I'm kind of winging it. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Maybe it's, maybe we'll be better for it in the long run. My plan is walk up and hit with sword. I'm a simple man. There we go. I occasionally explode. I think that's my shield doing that, not necessarily me. You know, it's kind of impressive, the idea of an enemy exploding while being hit with your shield. Like, what force are you throwing that at, really? Okay, I haven't leveled. I did get my points in those. I got so many things I want to invest in. This is crazy. Far from beating you into submission, the sting of enemy blows rouses your anger. I mean, that's huge. Everything about this is huge. Although I do kind of want the shield ability to improve. Yeah, I think investing in physical damage is going to be huge. I'm going to be using Milton's hat for a while. As it is pretty good, even if it looks a little darky. We're still too early level to be, like, fashion soulsing it. Toxic effigy. You know, seeing the toxic effigy just makes me miss the Dreegening. He was such a good character. He died in the same place that I tend to always die. I really should skip that place till the next difficulty. I don't really get anything particularly amazing out of it either. I just like fighting tough enemies. I am attacking so slow. Come on, Blood Gorger. You're going down. Okay. Health regeneration, do not let me down. I'm hemorrhaging so much blood. So much. Got him. Got the marrow band. Just plug it up. Plug it up. Stuff the wound. Alright, what is this marrow band? So increases health. I mean, okay. Christ. A chair is destroying me. So how far do you think you're going to get this evening, Mad Hat? Do you have, like, kind of a goal in mind, or are you just kind of playing it until, you know, you feel it's time to rest? Yeah, you got to put in your Claire Obscura time. I'm kidding. We're in a contest, after all. Arna the Fate Weaver. And busting through the shield damage, though. That's kind of cool. Alright, let's actually level. This is gonna be... Yeah. The level of the shield. Then I'm gonna see if Ghoul is a good idea. Because health regeneration should be awesome there. I don't really know what my devotion path is gonna be. It's gonna be defensive. Maybe if there's a physical damage one, I can kind of dip my toes in there, but... This is a concerted effort. Okay. Health dropping rapidly. Maybe I need more bleed resist. Maybe. So many debuffs. Got him. At least we're finding a decent amount of greens. That's a, I was a little concerned towards the beginning of this round because, you know, the drops weren't doing so hot, but really turned around. I mean, maybe once I start getting to the bandits, I'll start finding some physical damage stuff. Oi. I do think it's awesome that I got, like, the Stalwart Defender shield. That was a huge win in my character. Oh, look at that. Ratman. Blood Claw. Alright, Blood Claw, stop it. Does everything do bleed here? This is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen this boss. This is cool. Oh, boss. Elite. Okay, this is going to be the creature to teach me patience. Or the character. Sorry, I guess he's not a creature. Alright, Robbles. It's a lightning guy. Yeah, I really need to rethink my defenses. Or resistances, at the very least. There we go. At least he doesn't heal himself. Cut him down. Eventually. Uh-oh, he slowed me down. Let's keep wailing on him. You think it says can't stop me? You know who I am? Neither do I. Whap, 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 whap. We are doing decent damage. That's been the one... Ooh, the Huntsman. That's been my one consolation so far. This character has been decent in that regard. Hitting things... It's not been terrible. I'm sorry, you kept 2 Morning Stars in a stump? Explain that. Aggressive leather belt of tormented souls. No, that's not the belt for me. Piercing, ether, no. Yeah, I'm really looking for defensive ability, resistances, physical damage, stuff like that. Like 84, that's pretty good. Isaac's Lost Spalders, lightning damage. This is all damage. Fine. Of decay. Nah. Nothing. Flame Eater. Old Dagu. There we go. And maybe I should take a look into retaliation. I mean, it's not really what I'm aiming for, but it could be a benefit. We'll see. We'll see. Presence of Virtue? It's a good buff. Increases energy. Offensive ability. I'll start leveling stuff up first. Oh, Mr. the Foul. You're going down. Tessalon. A good electricity enemy name. Okay. That's a lot of poison, Holmes. I do like that I can stun him with the shield bash, though. The seismic wave that I use. Okay. Nice. Show me the goods. Windborne stuff is a, I think that's lightning. Let's see. Whoop. Alright, so we got Mutiny. That's a pistol. We got a hat. No. Belt? I am aiming for a belt. It does have resistances, but no. Wildborn Greaves, maybe. Howling wind surrounds you with blistering wind that chills your enemies to the bone. That sounds cool. I get rid of my damage, but I get armor and I get ether resistance. Pierce resistance kind of easy once we start getting components. So yeah, I'll consider those boots. Unless there's something better. Obsidian Seal. Ooh. Shield training, safeguard. I have shield training or safeguard. There you go. Shield recovery time, block chance. That might actually be incredible. And then what else? Not even close. Safeguard. Which one's safeguard? Markovian's defense. Nothing looks particularly safe. Do I even know if it's a soldier ability? All hands technique. Fighting spirit. Huh. I know not where it is. Safeguard. And it is a pretty good ring. Just, I'll be damned if I know what it's for. Maybe it's here. It is. Holy crap, that's an amazing ring. Okay. Putting that on my finger. Beastkin, energy regeneration. Increases energy regeneration. The resistances are nice on that one. Physique, cunning, energy regenerated. 14%. does give me my elemental resists. That is quite the hit on poison resist. Let's do it. No risk, no reward. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Increase armor and increase damage. Nice. Oh, we got something out of that totem. It's a good day. Nice. Hoping to find, like, caves and stuff. Bouldering fields. There we go. Blood Row. You know, comparatively to all my other characters, this guy does look pretty hefty. Nice. This is another barrier to a higher level area, which is actually pretty cool. It's wildly high level, but fun. Like another Wilds place. Kind of like roughly when you're supposed to be going through Ogdenbog. Or before, I suppose. And the courage of this guy to walk in by himself and then just start frickin' sword fighting the zombies as they endlessly come in. That is a perspective that would be cool to see. Level 18. No, not yet. We're still early game, but we'll see. This character has promise. I have some misgivings because I'm not used to a tank. But I'm confident we can make him into something. If only a corpse. How you doing, Fox? Gonna get some Wukong in the horizon? Hell yeah. I'm excited to hear what this last area has for you. Knowing that the game's on the highly recommended list. I am ecstatic that is something you enjoy so much. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you, turtle. Now to do what we're gonna do. Get that portal going. There we go. The Butcher! I like how these guys are called the Flesh Warped. Because basically it's the ether magic that's mutating these corpses into something that, you know, is walking around and dangerous. Aside from contextually restrictive. Alright, give me a minute. There we go. Ah! Okay, we're still under attack. Give me a sec. Notice your vitality damage, sir, is off the charts. Nor is my fire damage really up to par. Nice. Good kill. Not great loot. Alright, aside from the contextually restrictive but also understandable invisible walls in place. Yeah, that's true. Which, okay, what... I'm on the same page as you. I don't love invisible walls. And I'm kind of, eager to challenge that. Like, historically, back in the day with, like, PlayStation games and stuff, the RPG, worlds always seemed pretty small by comparison, but they tended to not actually have invisible walls in that regard. They tended to hem the character in through, you know, valleys and having, like, rock walls that you can't climb over. I mean, quite literally, they're hemmed in through visible walls, which are a lot more believable, as you can imagine. Bonk. You know, maybe we should bring that back as a fad. We're gonna become game critics, right? Here's the plan. We're gonna become game critics. You know, maybe even like a good cop, bad cop situation. I try to find everything I like. You just give the most scathing review you can, right? And we go in and we try to shape the gaming industry by like, hey, these are the metrics which we find are bad and lazy in a game. Well, maybe lazy is the wrong word. Are restrictive and, you know, not great in a game. And, yeah, we will absolutely praise when people don't. We will set the metric and then judge people based on it. Arbitrary as it is. Counterintuitive design. Thank you. That's actually a great way to put it. Very diplomatic. Are you sure you don't want me to do the scathing reviews? Although, going into like gameplay, maintaining an intuitive design would be awesome. See, my big thing will be crappy tutorials. I hate them. I don't like them. I think there should be a, you know, in-game way to teach somebody how to play a game. Especially because there usually is an in-game way to teach somebody how to play the game after the tutorial. I can't tell you how many games that, like, you know, you go in, do the tutorial, cool, I know how the basic controls, yada, 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 and then the game proceeds to teach you how to play it right from the get-go. It's like, come on, what's the point of the tutorial then? This game didn't have much of a tutorial. It just has little text pop-ups that you may or may not read. And it's easy enough to learn. Actually, it does have some tooltips that are rather poorly written. And it's only through practice that you figure it out. Hey, what's going on? How you doing, man? How's the day treating you? We are currently undergoing the challenge that I have not yet beaten. Nothing much. Hurting your brain with theory crafted. Oh, really? What do you got in mind? Hit me with something. I'm kind of doing the same way as I'm playing a way that I never do. So this is kind of shaping into something interesting. I don't feel like I'm terribly powerful, but I also don't feel like I'm super losing. Yeah, I want this badge. Yeah, let's keep the swords going. That tends to be good. Really got to finish this one out. Invisible walls are counterintuitive design. If you can't walk up the slope, shear the wall. An imaginary heaven world, devs. Show me why the hell I can't go there with your imagination. You got the vitality, vitality decay, drain essence. Okay. Spellbinders are incredibly powerful. Vitality focus too, because then you're really tying into the health regen. You'd also have like a bunch of devotions that would really be able to help you out, like the ghoul and stuff like that. Hell yeah. Are you using the life drain ability? Oh, drain essence. Yeah, that's actually literally the ability you said you had. But I actually really like the Ether Mage class. So good. Come on, you can link ghouls. Yeah, if you'd like, go ahead. I'll take a gander. I mean, it won't be during the stream, I hope you understand, but I'll definitely take it afterwards. I like the idea, though. Thanks. Uh-oh. That's awesome. I like the idea of theory crafting in this game. There's so much depth in the game that you can do that, like, you know, planning is really rewarded. So I hear. I'm not a big planner. I don't mind scheming over it. Oh, I gotcha. I'll do it a little bit after. Yeah, sorry, bud. The show must go on. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's cool. Have you been playing Grim Dawn along? Oh, yeah. So you played it for a minute. Yeah, basically, I realized when I played this game for a fairly long time. I think I'm roughly, like, you know, 400 or 500 hours now. But, I've never actually beaten the veteran hardcore, so I've kind of challenged myself to do this and go about it, so yeah, I've been challenging myself to do that. As it turns out, it's really hard. We've thrown many a character into the pyre. Elite and non-hard. Yeah! It is really fun, and I do like I mean, ARPGs in general are games that, like, you get more out of it the more you know about it. But it's really cool, like, the variety of different kind of character classes. The fact that there is no bad ability. I mean, there's some lackluster ones, but if you actually, like, go in and try to build any ability into a class, into a full character, like, you'd get good mileage out of it. And that's the thing I like about it. It's by far the best. Shame Diablo and PoE. Yeah. I mean, that is definitely true, but it's also Diablo and PoE is also a lot newer of a game. And that's kind of how the game industry goes. Just, you know, the general gestalt of people just like new things. It's not new and shiny. It'll be much more popular when you know, the new expansion comes out. If and when. We want to play the Berserker, damn it. But yeah, there are great aspects in all of those games, but I feel like the story-wise and single-player experience, this game is amazing. Story is cool, scaling's cool, the devotion tree is awesome. I like the aesthetic style. Look at this, I'm wearing a stupid hat, but it's also incredible. Hey, Opal, how you doing? Good to see you. How's your day? This is also a character that I'm hoping is going to teach me caution. Good, I'm glad to hear. Having a great day, too. It's Friday. Can't complain about that. Yeah, this is also my first time kind of main classing with the Oathbringer. And I am kind of liking it. It's a good class. Shield abilities are great. I have two different versions of your build. One's 100% ether conversion. The other build was 66% conversion, but way more damage. Can't freaking find another. Yeah, I get you. Those damage conversions are pretty insane, too. I was leaning in on the laser, because they have an item after you go for the amalgam, and it is so powerful because it actually adds your weapon damage to your laser, and you just fry through enemies. He's actually the character I got the farthest with until I was tragically destroyed. I mourned that death pretty hard. Ah, yes, the abandoned waterfront. I remember good times here. The good times, there were the bad times. You know, I really underestimated how much offensive ability is really characterized by this character class. Like, hitting things with a weapon is definitely something. Like, there's a lot more misses. It might just be that I'm swinging more, but it needs to be higher. What I'm trying to say. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay, health, health, health. Come on back. Whew. I mean, the turtle hasn't really procced, but... There we go. Yeah, I know, right? See, this dungeon, the Festering Lair, is absolutely brutal in that. It's, like, right out of the gate. Literally. Enemies are just swarming you. Like, I usually have to dive in 2 or 3 times normally with the character. Just to clear out the entrance. I like to think that they all just, like, came home after a hunt. And were just crowding around the door. So far, you have 3,000% vitality, 3,000 vitality decay modifier with... Jesus! That is real strong. What level are you? Oh, yeah, I got you. Oh, right. Theory crafting. Yeah. Sorry. I kind of assume everybody plays the same way I do and just kind of dives into the game and see what happens. Nice. Okay. That is pretty damn strong. I'll be honest. Well, isn't that kind of like the rabbit hole? Like, what is the guarantee that you'll get there, right? Well, for a hardcore character, I guess. Maybe. Not everybody plays that. Come on, Grundle Pith. Plith. Nice. Rocking a cool 375 per hit. Ah, killing characters is going to take forever. I'm so used to frickin' mage classes. But we're doing decent damage, so all things considered, steady damage. We'll call it that. Mostly 1+. There we go. Victory. Mostly the +1. Look at. Never have enough skill points. Yeah, exactly. I also, that is one thing that this game does that I don't see in a lot of ARPGs, is the fact of items that increase the level of your abilities beyond the level cap. Like, that is so cool. Yeah, Devil's Charm. Go on. I can never have skill points and life regen. Two musts for your kind of build. Alright, let's see what this is. This is Devil's Charm, a forked tongue weaving lies and deceit. Delightful. It's an occultist thing, but it looks pretty cool. It's got power pants. I love it. Are they better than my current pants? No. They are not. Maybe. We'll consider. Okay. Hey, Lunia, how you doing? How's the day treating you? Saw that you're into a whole bunch of schoolwork. Hopefully finals are doing okay. Did you finish up that assignment you're working on? Bonk. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Well, take your feet back, relax. Hopefully I won't distract you too much. It's good to have you here. We'll get into the zen of this game. The zen of running up and hitting people with the sword. Gloves of heroism. Now that's what I like to hear. You know, this may not be the kind of game it is, but I very much like this. See this as a cozy game in my mind. I played it so much, just kind of lean back and just have a good time. It can be stressful at times, but that's okay. Because I think if you only have cozy, you'll just fall asleep. You need something to spice it up a little bit. Command your attention. Yeah. No, I get that. As at my work, I'm pretty much a slave to deadlines. So I totally understand the need to, like, you know, manage your time. Work on projects. Sure. Maybe this is, like, going to be a complete shift to me for this character. Like, I'm not even feeling the need to, like, completely map out the world. I mean, maybe that won't last long. The itch will come to explore. I may know the map, but I can always find new things. There we go. Which I think this is a good contrast to how I play other games. Like, usually on the stream, I tend to play games I don't know. What else to do tonight? Already played some Clair Obscur. Have you? You feel like you're at a good stopping point? Because I gotta say, and it's a really good mark of a game, is Any game where it's easy, like time flies by and I kind of like lose track of time, I consider it a great game. It takes a lot of my focus and I enjoy it. I mean, hell, I'm excited for next week. You beat a new boss in area? Oh, hell yeah. Congratulations, that's awesome. Uh-oh. And now you can encourage me when I start wimping out and a, Man, I'm never gonna beat this boss. I'm just gonna grind levels. I mean, we did it last time. You know, Molten... Can't carry enough anymore, my backside. Ooh. Fighting form, you say? Go on. But what is fighting form? Well, it ain't one of these. Oh, yeah, it is. Something for cadence. Interesting. I think that's cool. Makes you better at ranged weapons. Neat. A little more cunning. I do think I am going to switch out my boots, though. Ether resistance is nice. My poison's resistance is garbage, though. That might get me killed. Fire resistance could be better. Gloves. Sense of ability. Do you like the... My items are telling me to get fighting form. Oh well, we'll see. Come on, a Rondoche. What do you mean I can't carry it? You lie. Oh, it's a shield. Well, how about now? Not even a great shield. Come on now. There we go. Woo! Grinding no, exploring less. Yes. Oh, I totally get it. But I mean, like, in that game, then that's what I do like about modern MMO or RPGs is the fact that instead of making you grind, they give you better places to explore. I mean, hey, get good or get powerful, or get conniving, and possibly with a side of cheese. See? I like your style, Opal. You get me. Like, the only reason I beat the game Outward is because I was I was pretty cunning. Oh, I was supposed to consider those pants. I did not. I did not even consider them. Explain yourself. We have a deal. You gave me things. I love things. Duncan, one of the more powerful or important characters in the game. Yeah, you're not afraid of cheese. I seriously have 2 keys? Nice. Yeah, I was watching your stream yesterday with the is this enough fabric? Happy here. And yeah, as I was going to bed, so yeah, it was pretty fun. You looked like you were having a good time. Ton of health, sense of ability, energy regeneration, and resistances. What am I losing? Nothing worthwhile. Let's do it! Got a cool jacket. Severance? I don't think I have watched it. Is that a TV show? A television program? I am woefully behind on those, I'm going to be honest. Well, I say woefully, but yeah. What's the premise? It's kind of like a book you recommended a while ago. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay, nice. Yeah, see, well, you got me at book. I'm a pretty avid reader myself, so. If it's based on a book, it's either a, if it's a book you've read, don't watch it. If it's a book you haven't read, well, hell yeah. Dive in. I mean, that's not necessarily true. But it is a bummer when somebody takes an intellectual property that you like and just does an unfortunate job at it. Like, you know, maybe sometimes the director just didn't get the point. Maybe, you know, the writers weren't really able to convey what was written down very well. What do you guys feel about conversions of book to movies? Yeah. You know, I've actually put a lot of thought into that because, like, how? They basically have the written stuff done, right? Like, how is it possible that it tends to come off bad? And I actually think it's because we love it in theory, but in practice, yeah. And I think the difficult part is because, like, in the narrative form, you can put infinitely more detail in a single moment than you can by showing it, right? Like, in a book, you can go chapters, entire chapters of just, like, you know, a minute happening. A single event, right? Can define an entire story. Whereas in a movie form, like, that entire book, all those series of chapters, is basically just, you know, a few seconds. You can cram as much detail as you want into that few seconds, but ultimately it's just like, it's like a garnish. And I don't think it really has the visual medium really has the capability to convey that kind of level of meaning. Ugh. There we go. I can finish out the turtle. Yeah. The tortoise represents fortitude and unyielding dedication. I love it. We've unlocked so much more. Talk to me about the ghoul. The ghoul, the ghoul. Fighting spirit. Regeneration. Oh, I love it. Ghoulish hunger. Yeah, I really don't have much in the way of a combat abilities. Maybe I should change that. Like cadence, maybe? Overguard? Fighting spirit? Huh. We'll see. Gotta get the, I feel like they really don't care. They craft a movie for the moviegoer, but also they thought was important might be different. Yeah! And just the idea of theatrical design, right? Because in a story, like, it's interesting. Like, how do you get kind of, like, into it? Like, in a story. And I guess that's different for every person. It's not just the action. Although, nowadays, I feel like, you know, books tend to be very verb-heavy. Oops. And I think games bypass that a little bit too. Merely because it kind of forces you somewhat to go through the a level of mundanity in the game. Like in a game, you're kind of supposed to go into it and then, you know, experience every little triviality because that's just a challenge as it goes on, right? So therefore, in a way, every combat's significant. Well, not even combat. Every event is significant. Because I need to emphasize, not all games are about violence. I don't know why the violent games tend to be more amusing, but must have something to do with like the hero's journey and stuff like that. Or maybe just the vicarious nature of them. We crave violence? Subtly. I mean, think about it. Take the concept of something as basic and widespread as a either cultists and a zombies, right? Like, as a story form, those are specifically designed as kind of like the suspect thy neighbor kind of story, right? Like, the zombies are supposed to completely dehumanize your neighbors, ultimately turning them into your enemy. Cultists are supposed to breed suspicion because it's like you got the secret, secretness of the, you know, nature. Like, anyone around you could be a turncoat. And they're like stories designed to breed suspicion in the common around. So maybe there's kind of like that. It's trying to exemplify a level of alienation that people tend to feel in a society, and they go about it in some forms. That, or I just put way too much thought into it. I don't know. I love too much thought. Exactly. Thank you. I say it once and I say it again. You get me, Opal. But it kind of goes into, like, you know, understanding why we do the things we do. Why do we like things? What makes them good? I think it just goes a long way into making why. Mesmer? Sorry. He became 10, Mesmer. Ah! Which one's a real Mesmer? Okay, I think I got him. I'm gonna be able to look at chat in a second, I swear. Okay, we're not dead. We're not dead. We're not dead. Didn't get any items, but we're not dead. Right, you know, you were in a cinema class and we read a book. And it was saying people identify with the villain because it allows them to freely do those unspeakable acts without guilt in it. You know? Okay, that is interesting. It actually ties. Hope you guys are ready for a rant. It's the reason people who go to watch Fast and Furious who come out of the theater thinking they can do this and drive more recklessly. Yeah, because it's a kind of like a vicarious thing. You're gaining inspiration for the things you see, and then you attempt them. Now, this may be a little bit of a rant, but I can go so far and say stories in general. It could be cinema, games, and a book. But I think by and large, anything with a any story out there is characterized and driven by the villain or what antagonists, right? I can only really think about a single exception to that. But largely, it's the antagonist that drives the story more than the heroes ever do. Because the heroes are completely reactive, right? They only respond to the villainous things happening. I say villainous in a general term. Sometimes it's, you know, the environment's the bad thing. But it's always reactionary. And it's the actions of the antagonists that drive the story. They have the more fleshed out characters because you're supposed to be going in looking for their motives. Whereas the hero is simply defined by those antagonist actions, and how they respond to them makes them the protagonist they are. So in the end of the day, the antagonist is possibly the most important part of the story, by and large. A lot of the time, but to a certain extent, just how we write things. Yeah, that's true. Well, and have done historically as well. Talk about all that, but there was so much info. Yeah, I get you. I do love books like that, though, where they just kind of take an idea and it's like, we're going to roll with this for about 500 pages. Buckle up, we're going on a trip. I tend to find those kind of like those philosophical books amusing. Because I've read a couple that are like business philosophy and stuff like that. Because it's so rare. Yeah. But it's also like sometimes we think the antagonist is specifically a person or action. And that kind of ties into, you know, the aggressiveness of media in general. They tend to be about more violent contexts and stuff like that. No, I will not talk to this man until I find his home. But in so many things, I think it's it's interesting to consider that even any aspect to Pro's challenge to the protagonist can be considered antagonist. Even nature itself. I've always liked those Jules Vernian stories where they go in where it's just like, yeah, manly men doing manly things in nature and just bringing civilization to the savage lands. And, you know, stuff like that. I mean, those books are so fun. Anti-heroes? Yeah, anti-heroes can be good. I think it was like the early 2000s that really started like diving in on those. I mean, not universally, of course, but I don't know why, but I feel like early 2000s was just a particularly edgy time. I mean, that's where those movies like Underworld and stuff like that happen, where it's like, I'm the badass monster creature. I have a dark past, but I can't control myself. But I'm trying to be doing a good thing. Sorry, I'm not trying to knock anti-heroes. I think anti-heroes can be incredibly well done. It really just kind of tries to draw out where the moral gray can be. And, I mean, that's a valuable way to tell a story, too. Yeah, but where is the land bridge? I think it's right here. Oh! Alright, murder wall. I love it. Come on now. Not talking to you yet, sir. I need you to stand down and keep hiding. There we go. It's all water under the bridge. Yeah. Do any of you guys have a favorite book series? Or one you particularly like? Ah! You know, my guy has so many freaking random damage types. It's hilarious. But I do need to be careful. This is a dangerous domain, and monsters cannot be slowed. Which I don't know if that means they can't be knocked back either. You know, there's the fact that there's a bunch of Slith living directly underneath the city of Burwich is kind of insane. You got this titanic underwater or underground cave. That's just right next to a river, right through the middle of town, filled with horrific snake creatures that their very presence poisons the water. And it's like wildly dry right here, despite this waterfall. See that in a moment. Yeah. Well, it's been a few years since you read it, but you really like the Paladin Prophecy. I don't think I've read the Paladin Prophecy. What's that one about? But you started something, you're already bored? That's rough. Sometimes where it's just like not gripping you. Although, sometimes there can be a lot of value of powering through it, despite being bored. I found a lot of insight in stories like that. I've been trying to read a lot of books that I'm most definitely not the target audience. Because I'm hoping, like, you know, one day I've learned something new from it or find a different perspective. It's kind of cool. Your 3-episode rule? Yeah, I get that. It is a good philosophy, though. Just, like, kind of see if it starts picking up after the 3rd episode. But what if it's a slow burn? Oh, really? You know, K-dramas have really been getting very popular these days. Oh, freezing me. Okay. How do you like it? Nice. Easy level. This Hellspawn is, frightening. Ah! We're okay. We're okay. Get away from me! Yep. Moving. We're moving. Okay. You guys, pretty strong. To say the least. Got freaking Banezal, the Hellborn. Good name. Slow burn. I 100% agree. Slow burns are the best. Books in real life, exactly. It's like in Lord of the Rings. If they say if it's, you know, it's how you know something's worth doing is if you're willing to take a long time to do it. I bastardized that phrasing, but you know what I mean. Durability, take me away, sir. Woohoo! Alright. Got us some kills. And we're level 21. It might be Salazar time. Yeah. Really? It wounds me that you say as a child. I mean, I was kind of younger, but Lord of the Rings kind of came out when I was, like, early teens. I mean, I guess it's still technically a child, but you know what I mean. Do I invest in Cadence? I have a bunch of low-level everything. We're doing it. Excellent. Full damage for my shield toss. But Lord of the Rings is quite good. I'm going to be kind of unfair as I'm not a huge fan of the books themselves. Very good world building, but a little dry. Well, it's about this teen called Will. He goes to these... Got these rules his dad wrote, really, so you tell about. Hey, don't worry about it. It's a mystery, young adult book. Ends up going to his advanced school because he accidentally did too well on a test. It's like monsters most people can't see. Oh, that's amazing. Remember? Yeah, I get you. There's my very poor description. Hey, don't be sorry. Get a gist of it. I mean, it's kind of cool. It has to do with paladins, which are just inherently cool. But yeah, I'm in my mid-30s, so, you know. Although I get the opposite effect at my work. Because, you know, I buddy up with some folks there, and it's just like, yeah, they're in their 50s. Hanging out with me. An adaptation? You know? That actually, when you mentioned adaptations... Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, when you mentioned adaptations, that does bring up a thought. What do you guys think of audiobooks? And, like, audio media? ASMR aside. Yeah, I think it's a very efficient way to read a book. But I don't know. I know some people are a little gatekeepery, and they're like, oh, you don't read a book unless you actually read a book, which is wrong. It's like you're consuming the story in one way or the other, regardless of somebody dictating it to you or not. I mean, maybe there's a little level way of a difference in processing it, but still. I like them. I've actually had this, it's kind of a recent fascination. Why is there so many? They're everywhere! I've had this recent fascination in audio dramas. Kind of like a, it's like a stage play or, you know, like a Broadway or something, but it's done purely in an audio medium. And it's been such a cool idea. Like the old War of the Worlds that, you know, people thought was actually real, absolutely fascinates me. Okay, okay, okay. The ground is on fire. Oh, no wonder he's not dying. He's the corruptor, defender. Ah! Yeah, definitely. It gives somebody an opportunity to kind of like shine. And actually, believe it or not, I've seen a bunch of audio focused things. They tend to bring on a very high-end actor to do their, you know, thing, which is cool. I mean, you get the high-end actor, you get them to do something, you know, unconventional. However, I think it eventually actually diminishes the story because it's not their preferred method. It's like, don't bring somebody on because they're famous. Bring somebody on because they're good and they fit the role. I'd rather meet somebody new that I don't know about than kind of like, you know, find somebody I do enjoy or is super famous doing a subpar job. Yeah, I know. Better not die. I like that. Expectation. All right, let's see what it is. Audiobooks is pretty cool and helpful. They give it a lot of awesome voice action spotlight. Yeah. We survived. Attrition. That's the name of the game here. Let's see what we got. Subjugator, Overseer's Eye of Thunder. That's a mouthful. Lightning damage? Nah. I was watching voice actors Claire Obscure talking about this actually. Really? And how the girl who voices Sophie at the beginning of the game won over Meryl Streep. Really? See? Okay, that's amazing. But I mean, that's perfect. It's somebody who actually fits the role better than somebody who's just simply famous. Now, I don't have as strong of an opinion as a one of my buddies, but a Cyberpunk. It's a game I didn't care for. Everybody else did, but it's not my favorite. I don't really like Grand Theft Auto-like games personally. But yeah, the fact that they had My God, I keep wanting to say Christian Bale. That's wrong. The famous person in it. Thinking it's a award show. Okay. Interesting, yeah. Oh, I thought she won the role over Meryl Streep. Gotcha. That's fair, that's fair. Keanu Reeves, thank you. I was having the biggest brain fart. But yeah, Keanu Reeves. But it's the idea, it's like, one of my friends just could not get past the fact that, like, he did not think Keanu Reeves was good for the role. Please don't fight me, it wasn't me. But the fact that they simply brought him in and invested a ton of money to bring him in, and I don't know, he didn't really bring anything unique to the character. However, he did think Idris Elba was a work of genius in that game. But yeah, it's a Grand Theft Auto games. I mean, like a, it's just like a Cyberpunk, but it's like a city-based. It's almost like a sandbox, but it's like mission-based. I don't know. It's a formula that doesn't win me over too well. Or at least I haven't experienced something that has sold me to it. This place is kicking my ass. This is awesome. My turtle shell's leveling up for sure. You know, these ice boots are amazing. Yeah, sorry if I need to catch up on chat from time to time. Okay. Whew. Not so at first, too, but he did it pretty good, and I feel like epicness of Keanu Reeves is how we're meant to feel about his character. But exactly! And, okay, and I mean, this isn't a, you bring up a perfect point. I think it's less about gameplay, more about the story and ambience. I get you. Yeah, that's true. Although, I feel if they're trying to go a sandbox, like exemplify what Cyberpunk is, enough to make it the title, Cyberpunk, I think it should be a little more in-depth. Like, it may be a very small detail, but it's a detail I will belabor, as the fact that, like, it's the very beginning of the game has so much to do with, like, pachinko parlors and stuff like that. But you know what I can't do? I can't go inside and play pachinko. It's a little detail, but it makes you so much more immersive in the world. But yes, to your point, where it's the epicness of Keanu Reeves rather than the character itself. Whereas I feel like in a game or something like that, it's really the character that's got to be exemplified. I feel like the character might have been overshadowed by Keanu Reeves simply because he was Keanu Reeves. Well, it's cyber and it's punk. Yo, you gotcha. But I have heard it's an incredible story. It's just the fact it takes 3 or 4 hours to open up hurts me. But no, I don't want to keep crapping on a game you like. It is very well acclaimed, and it looks really, really good. And it has a lot of really cool ideas in it. And brain dancing. I'm not going to say anything good about brain dancing, but it's in there. For Panam alone, she's best girl. I gotcha. I know. I just feel like it's like, you know, I'm saying negative things about a thing you like. Fair. I appreciate that sentiment. Yeah. Who knows? I think it's also to the point where I'm starting to think that I may not be as strong a fan of the cyberpunk genre as I thought I was when I was younger. Blade Runner being like one of my favorite movies. Even though I don't watch movies, that one's great. All right. Ooh. Do before the grim dawn. 5-year all alone. The place is safe. I can take you there. Here the whole time? Can you tell me about the area? Huh, a hidden passage. Yeah, there you go. But Harvey doesn't leave home much, except for when rotting ones come. When Harvey hides in the passage under the bridge, leads to the old hallowed hill. Okay, so he does tell you. Awesome. This time I'm not killing this man. I don't need to. The undead can do it for me. You know, on a good note, a hidden gem kind of game that I've actually been getting super into lately is the Kingsfield likes. There's been a resurgence of them, and I just love them. They tend to be weird. They tend to be whimsical. They tend to be brutal dungeon crawlers, and I like all of these aspects. Like, I just need to get it in a game one of these days that's actually just like a good, honest-to-goodness, good, well-quality dungeon crawler. I need to be able to be in a dungeon and just live there for a minute. But yeah, things like Lunacid just scratches that itch. They got a couple that I'm probably going to be showcasing eventually. My backlog is vast. I was just about to say, your show just got good, aka they're fighting. Hell yeah, dungeon crawlers are your thing. I need some time. Really? You think there's a, like there's dungeon crawlers that maintain a group aspect? Yeah, I know. Well, okay, I did my backlog on purpose, knowing that I was getting into streaming a year ago. It's just you know, beating games takes a long time. And new stuff comes out all the time. I don't always try to play the newest and the best, but I do try to find quality. And who knows? I'm wondering if 2025 is going to be the year of the RPG. I just play very different versions of RPGs throughout this whole year. Played Diablo 4 with a friend, but not with them. Oh, yeah, I totally get that. I've actually stopped buying games that some of my friends recommend. Ow, my hair's tangled. Recommend. Mainly, like, things like Borderlands. Like, I don't like the Borderlands games all that much. I mean, they're fine. But years ago, my friend was, like, raving. Borderlands 3 was the shit. It was the best game ever, blah, 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 blah. I was like, yeah, I'm not really interested. But he's like, oh, no, you should get it. We'll play it together, and I'll, like, you know, make it sold. So I bought it eventually, and then, yeah. He never played it. He's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm like, God damn it. I spent all that money on the game that we didn't want to play. And to this day, I own Borderlands 3, but I've never really played it. They can't tell you about the game because it's that good. Oh, okay. I do love those in-depth criticisms when they come to games. Like, if you're able to, like, really dive into it. On YouTube, there's a lot of people that do those whole in-depth analysis for those games. I love those. Like, even today, we're talking about the game Inscription. Not going to tell you much about it, but if you haven't played it, but that game is phenomenal. I love it. It's great. And it's a card game. Okay, maybe I'll tell you a little bit about that in that regard. There's House of Many Doors. Absolutely amazing if you just like a good game that plops you into the world. It's very indie, though, so take it or leave it, but I cannot understate how good it is. You found out about Metroidvanias? Is they're the best. Yeah, Metroidvanias are fantastic. They're like very much a very well-contained gameplay thing, because the best part about Metroidvania is they just go in, they tell the story they want to tell, and then they're done, and it's amazing. Get out of here. I don't know, I like the idea of a Metroidvania. It's like a Metroidvania puzzle game. I think we need to coin that as a new turn. What is... Oh, what is your version of a Metroid Brainia? Brainia is when you get an item and unlock stuff. Brainia is when you unlock knowledge that was always there. Oh. Now that's a good take. Okay. So in your experience, what would a good Metroid Brainia be then? I'm all aboard with this. This sounds like a cool idea. Oh my god. Most famous. Oh yeah. That is a game that I've had. I played a little bit. Didn't really get into it initially, but I've heard so many good things about it. I'm probably going to stream it because that most of the time challenges me to actually beat the game. Yeah, I played the beginning, but I haven't got that far. So, okay, that's definitely going on my to-stream list. Metroid Brainia. Okay. Does it does it like break the fourth wall sometimes and kind of like do that ARG stuff? That is an aspect I really do like in some games. Outer Wilds is so good. I haven't played it because you didn't think you would have the system, but I really like watching it. Well, okay, next time we have like a decent lull of games, I might jump on that one. Too many people have said they absolutely adored it for me to disregard it. And that's what I want this channel to be, damn it. It's not always the newest and the best, but it's the most beloved. That's what I want on this channel. Why are you full health? I just killed you. Oh my god, have I not been using cadence this whole time? What am I doing with my life? There we go. Yeah. I don't think Outer Wilds does ARGs. Okay. I was so mad you watched it instead of playing it. Like 2 hours, French YouTuber. Oh, you cried your ass off? Did you cry it because it was so good and you didn't get to experience it on your own, or... Or that the story was just that, you know, compelling. I think that's the accurate word, yeah. Hey, I gotcha. Nothing wrong with that. And it definitely says something about how good the story is. Sometimes that's something I could be a little bit envious about, because that just shows that you're willing to get into a story enough that it actually, like, you know, moves you emotionally. And honestly, that's like the greatest praise you can give any form of art. As I would argue is the purpose of art. To convey an emotion. Oh my god. Okay. Rain fire down upon the House of Uther. You take your time and immerse yourself in the story. It's quite amazing. Oh, okay. I'm liking what I'm hearing in that. That sounds awesome. Well, I'll push that forward on the backlog. Maybe that'll be a good project if we'll... It's definitely going to be after Claire Obscure, though. I'm too into that game. Toward the world. To Krieg, here I come. Yeah. Like, I gotta learn the ins and outs of Verso. Honestly, so am I. Now, my general format of like 2 days of one game, 2 days of another is nice, but like if I'm really into a game, sometimes it's just like, oh my god, I want to play that one. But I'm disciplined. And in all reality, it's, you know, keep it fresh, keep it real. Unyielding. Amulet of Life-Giving is delightful, however... Actually, this might be better in almost every way. Constitution. Energy shield. Heal damage blocked. Pierce resistance. I mean, that's amazing. Heals more. Don't really need Constitution in a way. I don't think. What is Constitution? Oh, I can't use it yet. Spirit 95. Sounds like a radio show. Defensive, experience gained, shield damage blocked. Ether resist. Health regen. Really have not found a better frickin' belt. That's okay. Yeah, it's a, I don't know. Sometimes it's pretty sad when it comes to a burning yourself out on a game that you like. So you're playing it so hard, you're really liking it, but once you get towards the end, you're like, I'm done. I actually think that it really helps. Again, just not to belabor streaming too much, but yeah, it's like streaming games really encourages me to play through a game. Because mostly I'm not, like, it goes on two aspects. One, I'm a, yeah, exactly. It's one hand, I tend to do it and enjoy it because, you know, I'm not just doing it for me. If I was doing it for me, I would just, you know, play by myself. But it's like, you know, it's an opportunity for other people to enjoy the game and get their perspective and kind of see how that goes. Which cannot be understated by how cool that is. And on the other hand, if I get stuck and frustrated, you guys can bail me out. I don't know what I'm doing! I'm just getting beginnings of every skill. Okay. Zeke, this necklace is better. I appreciate it, I like it, and I'm wearing it. I didn't unequip anything, did it? Okay. Yeah. But I think that's the benefit when it comes to multiple perspectives in that regard. Because everybody looks at things this different way. You may see things I don't. In fact, you guys probably have an advantage in the fact that you can pause and rewind, watch the VOD, go into depth, and also you're only focusing, usually, on one thing. Whereas I'm trying to multitask in about 5 different directions. But speaking of games I've only played on my own and really enjoy, I would really recommend, if you don't mind reading a little bit, the game House of Many Doors. I feel like a lot of people have, I mean, it's had people playing it, it's really good, but boy. I don't have to focus on the game and watching chat. Exactly. And the time. I mean, on my background here, I also got how long I'm streaming, how many people are viewing, I got followers, I've got bitrate. All these things are running through my head at any given time. There's something you said. Maybe one day I might work on getting a more minimized screen. I I feel like that would probably build a bunch of bad habits, but, you know, you can't fix a bad habit unless you have it, right? Yes, it is only on Steam. It's a PC game. If you guys have played the game Sunless Sea, it's similar to that in the storytelling style. But the world is really unique. I enjoy it. But it's, yeah, it's kind of like a game that you expand, like, it puts you in this little dimension that you can kind of exist in, and you're supposed to just, you know, grow and thrive. It's an RPG through and through. You start off like a little minnow, and then you become basically king of the world. Come on! The graphics aren't amazing, but the art style is cool. Love that. Look it up and it says similar to games you like. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna be honest. That metric's not great. I think they just found games in your library and like, hey, you like games like this? Here, let me suggest these. I feel like they missed the mark there. Pierce resistance, chaos resistance. Chance to avoid melee attack. I lose some health. Gain some cunning. Yeah, we'll do it. Until I find better. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Dark Souls. But, I played through the game a lot. I haven't beaten it yet, because while it does have an end, it's definitely not the game where it's really at its greatest strength when you just try to beat it, you know? It's really worth going to do a bunch of other things and just shaping the world around you. But, there is a mod out there, and I think it's the developer who created the mod, that actually just increases hours and hours and hours of content in the game. And it's just like an extra content mod. I'm like, oh my god, I need to go get that eventually. Ah! Yeah. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. It's totally like that. Puts you in a world. But yeah, I will forewarn you, though. The game is 90% reading. Just because it's mostly narrative-based. But it definitely puts you as a, you're kind of a shadowy protagonist. Like, it tries to put you in the protagonist's shoes. Like, the protagonist is supposed to be you in way, shape, and form. And it's very vague as to what your decisions make. Like, there's things that you say and do, and that's pretty cut and dry, but how it shapes the world is kind of interesting. You can permanently change your character. Like, there's a point in time I chopped off my own arm. And that's a permanent feature in the game. Yeah, they're both games. So, I hear they like video games. How about this most popular one that I've been seeing? Yeah. Oh, good. I do love me a good abomination. Away with thee. There are so many! So many! Please, please, please. Okay. We're okay. We're not dead. Oh my god. Have I made a mistake? I might have made a mistake. I'll wear him down eventually. I think. Jesus. Yeah, enough with your, like, you know, stomping the ground and ether fire thing. I bid thee no. Be gone. I'm also trying to not go into a place with more enemies. There's so many! It's taking more focus than I intended. I don't know where that shield came from, but I love that it just came in and walloped him. Enough! Oh, these guys are summoning them. Okay. Neat. Man, it's always at enemies like this my nose starts to itch. Get back here. Don't run away from me. You know who I am. I'm running away from you. What's up, Lo? How you doing? I am terrified by how many enemies are coming after me. My character is not a good anti-group, anti-boss enemy. I made Captain hit with sword and shield. Okay, okay, enough of that. Die! Okay. Single target only. Well, it's not only. I got the Captain America shield. It's pretty strong. Okay, he's just ignoring me. Rude. Okay, one thing down. It's a big thing, and I'm ready to kill other things. Excellent. Okay, now to kill the others. Now, where were we? Steamboot deny. Not well versed in the game. It looks like you do no damage. You're absolutely correct. I do very little damage. This is a character that I am not really. They can be incredibly strong, but I'm not very good at characters like this. The tanky ones. So it's kind of an experiment. Mad Hat peer pressured me into it by being good at it. So if I die, it's his fault. I'm totally kidding. But I'm trying to focus entirely on making a tank character. I'm not doing amazingly yet, but the character's young. The knight is young. I do got really good stuff, though. But yeah, you know me. I usually play the glass cannon caster. But I've died one too many times. And when one strategy doesn't work, you gotta try another one. Don't do the same thing over and over again. Oh, these flesh hulks are insane. Will you cast your spell? Thank you. See, I may not do a ton of damage, but I do very steady damage, which is awesome. And I'm not immediately hemorrhaging health, I think. Got another one. Gotta get the boss guys. And I stun enemies, so that's cannot be underestimated. Whew. We're okay. Yeah, I was fighting like endless super tanky enemies and then enemies that spawn other enemies. So it was like the endless hallway. But I persevered, damn it. The Blade Dancer handguards. Zolhan's technique? I believe I'm actually using that. I am not using that, however I could. Lovely. So that's maybe level 23. I get revenge. I like revenge. I'll think about it. I'm level capped on that, so I don't have to think about it now. Night Hunter chest guard. Nah, that's more of a roguey thing. And then the Stonehide Brigandine. Those are good pants. Pierce resist, acid resist, which I actually critically need. Yes. By the power of skinny pants, we will persevere. Back, Head Company. I get you. Welcome back. We're on our way to Kriegsland. Or the Warden's Den. I'm finding with this character, the damage output's going to be an issue. Although I am enduring endless enemies. High armored enemies are going to be a thing. See, this is why I always do elemental damage, damn it. So, Lo, you've been playing D4 lately. How has that been going? What kind of character are you rolling? That's right. When you beat the Horde, you become the Horde. For I am Legion. Destroyer of all things. As much as I'd love to equip the Tower Shield of Annihilation, it's not as good as my current one. Okay. Yeah, that's where my poison damage needs to be. Damn you. Or poison resist, rather. I understand you do so much damage. So much. My back is against the wall. Okay. No! It was the poison damage! The poison damage! Ah. Chuck another one to the death board. A sip of coffee. Tempered by my tears. Ah, god damn it. That is rough. Didn't even make it to Krieg. It was the poison puddles. I couldn't get away from them. But I really do gotta do. I am of the mindset, Soldier may be pretty awesome. It does make everything better. Ah, the Warlord. Yeah, misgivings were awesome, but we dive in again. Alright, we need a name. Give me a random one. You know, I think you've inspired me, Diz. We might be going for a Vitality build this time. So we're gonna go Roomba. Uh-oh, screen? My monitor's been fighting me. No, I want you on the other side, please. Sorry, I got a dual monitor set up, and it is... Come on now. The cords in the back are not the best right now. Come on. There we go. Veteran hardcore. Roomba lives again. May you fare better, sir. Well, so we are going to go physical character. I think the main class we're going to do is Soldier. Because then we can actually be a little more defensive. But I can focus entirely on... Okay, thank you. We can focus almost entirely on our hit abilities. And maybe kind of power up a little bit faster. Oathbringer was really good. However, maybe I needed to focus a little harder on some of those things instead of getting a few points in many things. Well, no, I was saying, do I want Soldier or do I want Necromancer? Because I want the life drain. Now, let's go with the melee build. I'm pretty committed on trying this tanky thing and making it work. Because, you know, make sure to get poison resist, damn it. It's the most common damage type. It's the most deadly damage type. Just keep walloping them. Just want level 2. Man, I could have done so much better. I think at that point, I should have been using, for that kind of character, I should have been using components a lot sooner than I was. Yeah, we're going to do Soldier. We got Cadence. We got Markovian's Advantage. We got Force Wave. Which ability should we master? Blade Arc could be cool. Laceration. We can do Shouts. We can do Blitz. Increase shield power. I mean, Cadence for sure. Every third weapon strike, main hand damage. Huh. Yeah, I think we are going to do Sword and Shield. Okay, that's going to be the start. For better or worse. Once again, we're winging it. Much as it hurts me. Now, I'm going to make a defensive character if it kills me, damn it. This tank can work and do well. I just really need the damage output is the thing. So if I focus on Cadence, that kind of attack, I think that'll be good. So we might even be able to do Blade Arc. Man, that hurts. I didn't even have a chance to fight Salazar. Should have died there. In a wildly unnecessary, dangerous area. We'll find the one that sticks soon enough. And they'll be sorry. They'll all be sorry. I haven't quite got to the point where I give up and make an actual, you know, wizard again. Let magic be strong again. Outa. Maybe we'll do a Soldier Dembo combo. Which to me sounds very cliche. Now that I'm thinking it, maybe that's not the route I'm gonna go. Sure. Give me a crude mace. Look at that. Is that a crude? That's a baseball bat with nails in it. Mace my ass. Sir, that's a club. A spiked club. Cadence is pretty strong, though. I do like how on the third attack you just totally wallop them. Don't really want Force Wave. Harm. Inflicting grievous harm on exposed weak points. Stun damage. Minus weapon damage. Stun duration. Skill cooldown. Whoa! Hey, thank you for following. Startled the hell out of me. I do not know how to pronounce your name. Koba Jib. TK Koo. Koba, how you doing? Thank you for following. Yeah, how you doing? Getting some Grim Dawn in your life? Great game. I'm undergoing the Veteran Hardcore Challenge. If you were here about a moment ago, you watched me lose yet another character. But we're going to get it. Perseverance, going to win the day. One of these runs, I'll start reading out some of the lore. Oh, there's so much of it that might actually slow it down to the point of maybe not being as fun as it could be. Although I'm still open to story time with Dansky. Trying not to grouse too hard. Womp, womp. I don't necessarily need the attack speed here. That's kind of cool. Just hitting things hard enough that, you know. Bring them down. Maybe I do the chance to... all the abilities that are on hit. I don't have a right-click ability yet. Yeah, I think I am eventually going to invest in that slash. A slasher. But Cadence for sure is awesome. Got his bloody arm. Delightful. This is such a go-to weapon, though. Does bleeding damage, does damage. Sure, get that out of there. Get that out of there. Another level it is. Yeah, we're pushing towards this. Fighting Spirit's gonna be good. Towards these. And that. Blade Arc. We're gonna have to level up in Soldier pretty fast. I'm convinced Blade Arc could probably be good. Womp. Axe. I do like this axe. It's not as strong, though, even though it gives Ice Spike. This is a better shield. Physique is better. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to use components a lot sooner in this than I have historically. Because we tend to get so many of the low-level ones. It's almost a crime to not use them. Even though I like making dragon's orbs. The pile must grow. I'm never going to use them, but I want them. Leather pants? Sign me up. Get rid of gray items. This room I'm in, my office, is actually starting to smell like mac and cheese, and I don't know why. Maybe I'm having a stroke. So you ever get that smell of just cooking pasta? Like, nothing in it, just water and boiling spaghetti. That's what it smells like here. I actually had that a while ago. Not like alarming health issue, but just the fact that I was at my work, right? And I was smelling very strongly black pepper. I'm like, wait, what? Why am I smelling pepper? But like everybody else, like, I don't smell anything at all. I mean, yeah, I do work with a lot of smokers, but so their sense of smell is a little suspect, but it was rather impressive. It's like, where is this coming from, and why do I smell it so strong? And why does nobody else? Ugh, been killed by too many puddles. Yep. Okay, okay, I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. No! Son of a gun, you stupid poison enemies! Unrelated. Related. But when eating chocolate covered in ice cream, do y'all take off the chocolate layer first and bite it? Well, what are we talking, like, covered in chocolate? Like, ice cream covered in chocolate. Are we talking, like, an ice cream cone, like a popsicle, with, like, a chocolate coating? Or are we talking, like, a sundae where it's, like, the chocolate's dripping over it? Or ice cream mixed in chocolate? The details are important when it comes to strategy. And to answer your question, when it's one of those chocolate bars, I totally bite through it like a maniac. But only the first bite, then the dissection can begin. Because I like cracking the ice cream, the chocolate crust over the ice cream, and then seeing about how to get the biggest piece off at the same time. But then again, I do the same thing when peeling oranges. Like, you know, see how few peels you can do? You haven't eaten a lot of ice cream? Well, I do suggest it. It's one of my favorite things ever. Take off the top, the small sides, then the big... Yeah, because I would treat like a chocolate ice cream on a stick, I would treat so much differently than I would a chocolate sundae, right? Versus a banana split or something like that. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Well, all right. How about this? Little thought thing. What is your favorite kind of ice cream? Do you like chunky ice cream or smooth ice cream? Do you like chocolate or fruity? Do you like a, you know, just along those diagrams? No, cadence is actually kind of good. Yeah. Real, it's not your favorite. Now you want ice cream. I want ice cream like all the time. Like anything fruity, but your go-to is soft two-color cone. Ooh, okay. It's like when you're going to an ice cream stand, you basically just get the ice cream cone with 2 flavors. I do like soft serve ice cream, though. It's really cool how they make it, too. Because oftentimes they make it, it's literally iced cream. But honestly, I'm a fan of the fruity ice cream myself. But I do prefer chunks I like chunks of my ice cream. So, like, if I can get chocolate and cherry or chocolate and something in it, phenomenal. Best of both worlds. Exactly. And besides, we're all adults here. When you choose, you can choose both. I want all of it. To hell with the consequences. Chocolate, okay. Jamocha sounds good. Jamocha almond fudge. Like, what's the J? Is that like Java mocha? Or Jamaican mocha? I don't know if Jamaica is known for their mochas. Really sweet ice cream. Sour Patch Kids ice cream. Oh, yeah. S'mores ice cream sounds really good. That's like super Rocky Road. Except probably with less, you know, almonds. Sour Patch ice cream sounds so good. But I feel like getting too much of it might get saccharine sweet. Like the kind of thing that turns, like, you know, your saliva into simple syrup. You know, going for so long without a right-click ability is kind of insane. Come on, Reanimator. Die! These puddles out of here. I just got knocked myself into a corner. This sucks. Two, three. I like how the world shakes after every third hit. It's good cadence. Gotcha. All right. So, sweet. It was really sweet, but so good. Don't know why it's called that. I assumed it was a type of coffee. Coffee-flavored things are amazing. Coffee in itself makes you sick. Oh, really? You're not a big coffee fan? Is it just the caffeination? I'm going to steer away from fruity ice cream. Oh, I gotcha. Sorbet is really good. I once had this cantaloupe sorbet, which blew my mind. It was like eating a cold cantaloupe. It was so good. Yes. My poison defense was way too low in the Kriegs area, and there was so many of those Rift guys. But I am doubling down. I'm going down the soldier path. I know only shame, Mad Hat. I did die. I did. I died so hard, and now I got a new character. Doing the same thing. You like fruity because... I like that. Don't judge when people don't like something because... picky eater. I get you. Yeah, that death was rough. Because I didn't even get to Krieg. That's like... that should be a given. I think I tried to do the defenses. I didn't use the components yet. Only stop in for a minute while on break. I gotcha. Sorry, buddy. It's okay. I'll take the time. I'll do double time to catch up. You'll forgive me, right? There we go. But I'm still committed to the tank build. Even though I totally said I was doing a vitality build. I lied. I wasn't ready to commit. Yeah, I like how I've already gone through 4 characters where Mad Hat still has his first. There you go. Get walloping. You know, the impact sounds are kind of hypnotic. We are still going for turtle, though. See, the worst part is I know why I died. I know what I did poorly. I knew the entire time that that was a bad situation. But I did it anyway. I think that's the thing that's killing me the most. Because I have all the knowledge in the world, I just need to act upon it. Well, that's kind of a hubris talk. I have all the knowledge in the world. Yes, that's what I mean. Okay, common, get out of here. I'll never forgive you, Rift Scourge. Band of Fortitude. I need to gain at least 2 more levels before I go into that Huskull's place. Man, poison damage is such a menace. Like, if I actually start getting the Chthonian stuff later on, I'll be doing so much better. The woven cord, hey? I love it. Give me strength. No, give me cunning. I always wondered why a gunslinger is considered cunning. Like, do you have to be cunning to aim particularly well? There you go. One more level and I'll go back to town. And starting off is so difficult. But there's a lesson in it. It'll basically get it so we learn the beginning that much more. When I get it to the point of memorization, we'll be set. There we go. go. The first zombie boss. Well, maybe not the first, but you know what I mean. Nice. Next level, I get Blade Arc, my right-click ability. I can't imagine this is going to be amazing. It did? And that shows what? You're actually watching Severance, or is it a K-drama that you're watching? Oh, good. That's going to be a while. Uh-huh. Come on now. We are not doing a lot of damage. Okay, next character I'm making a spellcaster. Yeah. It's called Weak Hero. He almost just killed a dude. And I assume, since it's a drama, killing a guy is not exactly something that's common in it. You know how some stories are just like, you know, all death and glory. Yeah. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Slow and steady wins the race. Said no one at all. Oh, okay. That's how you know it's a K-drama, not a J-drama. They talk about it like it's normal. I've always wondered about that. I'm not sure if that's kind of, you know, maybe like Korean culture, but just talking about people dying from time to time as like it's just a normal day-to-day occurrence. Like, what time period is that? Is that something people deal with? Okay, got Blood Carver. Delightful. Actually, that's phenomenal. Oh my god. That is so good. Level 14? Jesus. Yeah, I'm leveling up to use that. Got Sword of Alacrity. A great big shield. We're set. Oh, no worries. But yeah, it's the, they talk about, you know, killing somebody like it's normal. Or death or murdery stuff like it's normal. I've always wondered about that. It's like, it seems to be very common that they just have that in, you know, mundane day-to-day conversation. And it's like, you know, the question of just like, well, why? Is that normal down there? Do they, is it something that that culture tends to experience from time to time? I don't know. Okay. It's just like a K-drama thing, but it's always the bullies asking people if they want to die. The main dude, though, beat the shit out of the bully because he was being an ass. As in the main guy was being the ass or the bully? Which, I mean, makes sense. But I mean, that seems like kind of the high school thing to threaten, right? To be super tough and edgy. It's like, no, I need to only be frightening. I'm gonna ask a random kid if they want to die. Which is ridiculous. Well, he was trying to piss off the main guy and it worked. Yeah? I mean, sometimes that's just what happens. Like, I'm just gonna pick on him till he fights back, and then it happens. It's like, well, why'd you do that? Like, well, doofus. So glad you asked. Must have felt vindicating, though, to watch that. I wonder how many people see that as kind of like a vicarious experience. There we go. 1 point. Nice. That's going to be my area of effect. Move. Basically a free level. I'll take it. I don't know what my second class is going to be. Might just go back to Oathbringer and get the defensive abilities. Make a real warlord. And pretend to people that that death never happened. There we go. Found some really good stuff in the prison dungeons here. Or have the potential to. This is usually where you start finding your first greens. And basically any green equipment's good equipment at this point. That's a hell of a cooldown. The bleed's nice. Definitely gonna have to level that up. Nailed it. Worth hitting all of them. Bleed! There we go. What did we get? We got good pants. Awesome. That's a rough haul. Yeah, making a cadence builds, I think that's going to be my best bet. Just super strong main attack. Give him a wallop every third hit. Alright. Fall into the rhythm of that metronome. The dad of the main guy just said, "It's fine if you're getting into fights. It's a rite of passage for being a man." I don't know if it's a rite of passage for being a man, but it is common. And sometimes encouraged, I guess. It exemplifies something that are considered manly traits, I suppose. But I don't know. It's not until you're older that you realize, you know, that there's better, smarter ways to deal with your problems. And yeah, oftentimes it's encouraged. But I mean, think about it. Kids themselves, they're still trying to figure it out themselves. They're full of insecurities. They don't really have the capacity sometimes to, you know, deal with the chemicals in their body. So they're like, you know what? I'm just going to use all of this adrenaline to just fuel myself with power. But no, in truth, I mean, I think not every culture is the same. Maybe that's common in Korea, but for the most part, it's usually frowned upon. But I do know plenty of people who are just like, yeah, manly traits, the only thing you can exemplify. You need Budweiser, you need a pickup truck, and a blue-collar 9-to-5 job. Play finding. Oh, good. Give me a second. But then again, yeah, I'm somebody. I grew up with sisters, and like the majority of the people in my family are women, so maybe I have a completely different mindset. No, I mean, I say that in jest, but that's like kind of like the air quotes American dream mentality. Although the 9-to-5 blue collar job doesn't sound terrible. You're happy and not being a prick. Yeah, you know. We all do the best we can, right? And I don't know. I'm not the biggest car person in the world. However, I've been playing a truck simulator game of just like driving trucks in the mud, and I think I get it now. I see the appeal. It makes you feel tough. T-U-F-F. Tough. Not sure if I think Ford tough, but tough. Really? And in like auto body mechanics? That's kind of cool. I don't know. I've always been in the mindset, I see it as a tool, so I can't really get a, you know, super jazzed up about it. Except for the fact that it's really cool how it's used as a tool. Like, I would never gain a nice pickup truck for, like, show. I'd mostly get it for what it can do. And then use it for that. And probably crash it, because, you know, I ain't that bright sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta live life reckless. I don't know a lot, but you have a brother and a best friend who are both really into cars. So you're like, oh, gotcha. And it is incredibly easy to get super into something as they describe into somebody as somebody describes it as their passion. I've always appreciated that. Like, I very much appreciate incredibly good craftsmanship. Like that some people do. I know a lot of people are like into cosplay and stuff. And while that's not my thing, The fact that they do it incredibly well just kind of like, you know, blows my mind. Oh. Has a project card? Oh, that's cool. What kind? Not that I know a lot about it, but, you know. The discord of wrathful soul flows through the soldier's pure fighting cadence and sows it with elemental energy. Blech, that's a mouthful. But no, I'm not doing it. Slices through multiple enemies around you. Far from beating you into submission, sting of enemy blows makes you stronger. Restores health. Physique and health. Field recovery. There's a whole lot of things I want to get. Just with the shield. Shield's damage is added. I know not. I know not. Cadence. Okay. It's a good question. Don't remember the name. Just they look kind of old and red. Oh, hell yeah. And a manual. That's kind of cool. I mean, honestly, when it comes to learning, I think it's probably better to learn the manual anyway. Because, like, in a way, doesn't that kind of teach you how to use, like, why a card does what it does? Like, if it's automatic, it does it without you thinking about it. But if you actually have to deal with a gear shift, you have more of an inclination to learn. Or ability, really. And I've noticed that about people learning the things. Like, on one hand, it's super easy to teach somebody how to do a thing, right? Like, you can show them the motions to, like, here's how you perform this process. But when it actually comes down to a, you know, teaching them why they do those things, that's the much more difficult thing to teach. It's like, well, why do I do the things that I do? Or why does this piece of the process important? And I don't know, it's been kind of a learning experience to see kind of what other people's, I don't know, learning capacities are? Yeah, exactly. I just like to imagine the incessant, but why? Why? But I totally understand. I get that all the time. But it's always good to ask why, right? It's better to find understanding in a thing. Womp, womp. There we go. There we go. It's true, and it's also, at the end of the day, you end up having a greater grasp upon the thing that you were learning how to do. And you understand more practical applications. Or at least, you know, I assume you do. Because everything comes from something. And the why is usually, you know, why it came about. Here's fire resistance and poison resistance. Cool. But I can imagine folks are probably tired of it, just mainly because they're probably not teachers. Not everybody's good at teaching. Okay, we're gonna be here for a minute. Brace yourself. Okay. It survived the 3-episode challenge. Interesting. Okay. Are we talking like physics? Like, you know, he's measuring out how many joules his fist can use? Perfectly triangulating the suplex? That actually kind of reminds me of those Sherlock Holmes movies. I think they tried to do that. Get back here. Doing a Pavlov thing where because he stabbed a guy with a pencil and now he's intimidating him with the click of a pencil. Oh, okay. I like that. While simultaneously calling him a dog due to Pavlov. Well, slowly but surely we're winning. Oh man, come on. I can use that bleed ability as many times as I want. That's great. This guy is no BS. Well, some things you have to demand. You know, you can only survive by telling him, I am not prey. And then you gotta mean it. Through apparently stabbing him with a pencil. Bolt spitter, huh? Not what I'm looking for, but fun. Bolt burst. I don't think I've seen bolt spitter before. Huh. Let's get us to level 10. Get a sip of water. And here we go. And to think, there's actually a quest on to get to Krieg before level 11. Like, are you kidding me? I'd have to skip all these missions. I mean, I think I can go back and do the missions, but... Well, nothing here is really screaming at me. Huh. I mean, I think I did luck out with that one blue item, so... I'm not going to complain too hard. There we go. Get that EXP. Alright. Still waiting on that thing. Level 14 is the only thing I'm really waiting on. The attack per second it's pretty quick. You guys big anime fans? I haven't seen a ton myself, but the ones I have seen have been absolutely phenomenal. I've always been a fan of the ones like Samurai Champloo and stuff like that. I swear to God, if you guys say it's an oldie, I'm gonna be hurt. I get you. They tend to get a little tropey, huh? A little too much of the same thing. Alright, what is the second class going to be? Might be Oathkeeper. It might be. I mean, we got Smite. Don't need the Aegis. Presence of Virtue would be good. Resilience. Precise strike fueled by the Oathkeeper's Righteous Fury leaves him staggered. And then maybe that. Yeah. There's one I watched only semi-recently, but it was because you finally being adapted from a manga that you like. Okay, interesting. But again, that's a shame. It's like when you particularly liked a genre, but nothing good's coming out for it. I don't know. The part that gets me is it tends to be a little formulaic. I tend to resist formulaic things too much. Sometimes. I guess by definition what I am doing is formulaic, but you know what I mean. Come get some. Yep. But sometimes you need a break. You go in, you watch something different, do something new, and then when you're feeling like you're ready, you can come back and it'll feel fresh and new. Like, there's one that I watched when I was younger that was so good. It's called Samurai 7. Oh my god. Art style was amazing for every episode except one. And the story was, well, basically the Seven Samurai. But I definitely recommend that one. It's a good... I don't know if I'd call it a slow burn, but... it says what it needs to say, and then it's done with it. It's really quite good. Yeah. I know, it's basically, it's about, like, the Seven Samurai, but instead of, like, you know, regular samurai, you got, like, people are giant robots. But, yeah, then again, there's also samurai that are regular people. You know, take that how it is. I mean, I guess if you're a samurai, being a giant robot's kind of an awesome thing you can do. The ultimate instrument of war. Oh, there you go. My sisters really like that one. And I didn't dislike it that much. I mean, being young, it's like, ew, it's something my sisters like. Nadia Applefield. Interesting. Ashita no Nadia. I don't think I've heard those. I like the idea of an apple field, though. There you go. Blood Seal. Cast resistance. Fighting form. Yes. And another blue for level 14. Oh, Maledictus. Moving on. Let's do some kiting. I am swinging so slowly. Oh, that's Razorback, not Maledictus. Nice, I'm knocking him down. Thank you, Shockwave. Okay, now I can pay attention. Made in collaboration with Japan and France. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. Really sweet about an orphan who goes out to explore life and has possibly find her mom, who might not be dead after all. Yeah, it's true. And I mean, I guess that's a question. Do your parents actually have to be deceased for you to be considered an orphan? I mean, they just give you up for adoption. Basically, you've technically been orphaned. I don't know. That's like one of those nuances that I haven't really explored that much. Probably for the better. The heavy subject. Some people tend to have very strong opinions. Oh, I consider myself one, even though only one of your parents has died. The other one. I gotcha. Yeah. That does make it tough. But you gotta do what you gotta do. There we go. I'm sorry, did I say the fishnet? Oh, the shrewd claw fetish of mending. Yeah, I'll put that on. I feel like that garbage dump over there really feels like it's going to go into the water. So yeah, it's getting up close to summertime where I live, so it's actually getting incredibly warm in this office. Gonna have to change some things up. Definitely gonna be necessary to have like tons of water on standby. Tunic of Protection. Bone spines. Yeah, I wonder what just thinking about like gaming and stories themselves and kind of their purpose. I wonder if you know, how much a level of escapism goes into these. Because I don't necessarily think you know, having active imagination and being super immersed into a world is inherently escapist. I don't know. Other people might disagree. I tend to regularly think about, like, you know, try to put myself in the character's shoes and think about it as realistically as possible. You know, just gain a lot more depth into it. Gets a lot more bang for the buck and get invested into the story. I used to do it a lot more when I was younger, but, you know, real life stuff kind of taking precedence. But it's definitely something I enjoy doing. It's one of the main reasons why I like tabletop games so often. Yeah. And I mean, like, fantasy itself is just another way to explore an idea, right? I mean, it tends to be, again, very tropey, but... I mean, it's usually... fantasy tends to lean on, like, the internal characters of people, story-wise. I don't know, that may be heavy conjecture, but tend to what I think. Whereas sci-fi is like, or speculative fiction is just kind of like the exploration of an idea. Yeah, I think we have had enough yellows here. There we go. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, going and doing adventurous stuff is cool, too. As roughly where I live, we got a pretty solid outdoor community. I live in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah. Opal, do you mean like the tabletop gaming you haven't tried? It is a lot, and it does take a lot of reading, so it feels like it's a lot more intimidating, but maybe I'm a little bit biased, but it's not as bad as it thinks. So once you get past the intimidating factor, it's actually quite fun. And you definitely get a, well, arguably can tend to get a lot more out of it than a video game, because a video game is a role-playing game where you're playing the role of a character that they present, right? You have imagination, which you seem to. Yeah. And if you get yourself into it with a good group, too, who's just there to have a good time. Oh, yeah. But yeah, putting yourself into the character's perspective, it's just... It's trying to, like, you know, in my point of view, just trying to put yourself in their shoes. Like, kind of taking your experience, you know, what does it smell like around here? What does it look like? What does the air feel like? Can I move my arm this much, this consistently, forever? The answer's no, but... you know, I imagine it. Without the searing muscle pain. But I feel like it's, when it comes to, like, first-person shooter games with the silent protagonist, that's precisely what they're trying to convey. They're trying to put you in the game itself by, you know, putting you through their perspective. Yeah. That's cool. But hold on to that. Like, missing D&D, that'll definitely they'll spur you and inspire you to, like, you know, when you reach critical mass, like, you know what? I'm gonna find a group. And I don't know how good you are planning. It does take a lot of work, but it is very fun being a DM. It's very satisfying and fulfilling to have a group of people who actually enjoy, and you can set the terms about when the game's going to happen. Because that's usually the one thing that's missing is the game master. Because everybody wants to be a player, but not everybody wants to, like, you know, play every character that's not a PC. PC being player character, by the way. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That definitely does put a damper on the game. You know? Give it a shot. Ah, see, but that's the paradox, right? You can only get an experience by trying. And your first attempt's not going to be the best, but it's also not going to be as bad as you think it's going to be. You don't have to come up with nearly as much as you think you do, because basically your characters will, you know, come up with it for you. Did watch some D&D. 5e, you think? Oh, nice! Yeah, there's that fad by a whole bunch of live play games, and those some of those are incredibly good. Like, just for pure storytelling and character immersion, phenomenal. I'm a big fan of Critical Role myself. And your brother wanted to start with one-shots. Yeah! I mean, okay, I did mention that it's like, you know, it's only the biggest D&D group out there, but, you know, they're so good. I did fall behind on Season 3, though, due to time reasons, but I want to pick it up again and really embrace it. I got into it on Season 2, and it was so good. Like, so good. Dreaded GM? That sounds cool. Although it's a shame when those games kind of like, you know, fall out. Because it is kind of indicative on the games themselves, too, because there is nothing more difficult than getting a group of people to do the same thing. And that goes for DMing, like, you know, maintaining a same story. Like, my mind is boggled by the people who have, like, the same game going over the course of many years. I crave it. I would like that. That'd be super cool. All right. You and your best friend had this idea for a long game with lots of players. There's manual cars, can't drive them yet. Shift 2 teams, both have Kingdom 4, so one party would do thing, it would affect the other, vice versa, and they'd fight each other. Oh, that's crazy! That's awesome! One target maximum. That's kind of cool. So basically, oh, gotcha. That happens sometimes when I'm like writing emails and stuff. It pops up in the middle and it's like, what the hell is happening? Although that was the part that I was a little bit confused with. The because like I like the idea with the kingdoms, but it's like, are they cars? Are they car centaurs, or is it like Mad Max? From Love to Shift. That's amazing. I thought you had this idea with your best friend about having a car game. That would have been awesome. Although there is a tabletop game out there called Car Wars, and it's quite good. It used to be back in the day. I used to go to this tabletop game convention called Dragonflight. They like, you know, come in once a year and stuff like that. But they always had the coolest stuff because it was like a game maker convention. Yeah. There we go. I mean, that'd definitely be something you and him would come up with. Yeah. The setting of the cars would be involved somehow. That would be pretty cool. So back in the day, this is just my old manisms, but there was around the time 3.5 D&D 3.5 was a Beat Dragon. Yeah, exactly. But there was a generation where D20 became open license, and there was a bunch of companies out there that are like, okay, this is awesome. We're going to come out with our ideas on the game, right? So they came out with so many spin-off games that were super cool. There was a company that was supposed to be rivaling D&D called just D20. It was the system that it was called. Holy, inventory management. Yeah, this game is it's great for that. I mean, it's no backpack battles, but it'll get you there. How you doing, Russ? Good to see ya. You know, Pathfinder is quite good. Pathfinder 2nd edition, actually, I believe is out and has been for a while. I know a lot of people are super into it. It's just a completely different rule set. If you're looking into buying this, really? Well, please, kick back, relax. I'm doing a veteran hardcore challenge, but in my opinion, this game is phenomenal. I mean, shoot, it's probably pretty cheap now, too. But this is kind of an older game that they keep adding on to. It's one of the better single-player experiences, I find, in an ARPG. Although I'm very much playing a kind of character I don't. Sorry that I'm blitzing through the story stuff. 20 on Steam? Oh, that's not bad. Though it tells me there's no sale going for it. Okay, we got a bunch of resistances. So. But yeah, it's kind of like Diablo or Path of Exile and stuff like that, but it's kind of super old school. You can play multiplayer, but it's kind of geared towards a single player. But yeah, it's definitely one of those games where you can actually make your class. Like, these are the 2 classes I chose out of, like, I think there are like 8 of them. 8 to 10. And you can mix and match them in any way you want. And you can pick entire skills. And if you think that's decently complex, like amusingly complex, and it's not that bad, you can go so much further into these devotions, where you got all these constellations to help build your character. It's super cool. I'm embracing a turtle. But yeah, I actually don't normally make tanky characters, so even while I'm doing a challenge, I'm making a challenge myself. The art style's cool. The story's really cool. Many of my characters have died, so I've not really been showcasing the story that much, but it's awesome. Yeah, I hope you like what you see. I'm hoping to get hundreds of more Grim Dawn people in on it. It's an old game. It's a venerable game, but it's a well-loved game. It needs as much recognition as you can get. But yeah, if you do end up having any questions, please pop up. I'll explain to the best of my ability. There are people who are insanely better than I am at this game. But, you know, I'm not bad at it. Really, Fate. I don't think I've played Fate. Is that like an older ARPG? I might have to look it up. Oh, interesting. Okay. If it's anything like this game, I'm on board. I gotta look that up. In fact, let me get my trusty pencil. Give me a sec. Look up Fate. There we go. I'll do that after the stream. Would you recommend it? Yeah, this is definitely just like one of those like kind of like Diablo likes. You go in, you have your character, you kill just countless enemies. But you do get, like, incredibly powerful as the game goes on. Like, they have Spellcaster class, they have Rogue classes. And it's the fact that you can mix and match. Any two of your characters makes a unique class. Like this, I'm mixed between an Oathbearer and a Soldier, so I'm a Warlord. Not sure, you haven't played it outside your nostalgic teen years. You played it with the old HP games, AP app. Okay, nice. Well, I'll have to investigate that. I got me some research in the future. Do you play a lot of ARPGs or dungeon crawlers? Julius the Decayed. But yeah, the story so far is this is a world that's kind of like facing the apocalypse. There's this one species called the Ethereals. They came from another dimension, and they're possessing people's bodies. And they made something called the Grim Dawn. What we're experiencing. And yeah, they're like raising the dead and stuff. Your character you were taken by the Ethereals. And then you were about to be executed, so the Ethereal left. So, you became the protagonist. And you get to build your character from there. Okay. And also, don't let the damage dealing that my character is doing be indicative to other characters. My guy is actually absurdly low damage. Just because I'm not used to him. There we go. But the loot in this game is amazing. You get loot filters, so you get different rarities. I've turned off the bottom two, so I only get rare and onwards. To get out of a gaming rut. Oh, yeah. Playing a lot of shooters. Recently turned back to Baldur's Gate 3. But put it down after 1K hours into it. Yeah, I get that. Those ruts are pretty rough. Do you usually play kind of a more AAA games? Do you play indie games? Because I myself am kind of a variety streamer, so there'll always be a selection of, you know, over time we'll be playing different stuff. Yeah, if you have any questions or need a recommendation, I can definitely take a look to see if I played it before. There we go. Yeah, this game is pretty good. Like, your first character's probably not going to be the strongest, but as you kind of learn the game, you'll find that it has a lot of depth into it. Like, I've kind of played kind of close to 450 hours of this game. I've beaten it many times for everything except for, you know, hardcore veteran. I haven't done that yet. That's why it's a challenge. But yeah. Haven't really gotten into indie scene much. Don't Feed the Monkeys. Really? Okay. I don't think I've played that one. See, that's why I like the indie scene. I do tend to lean on the indie scene a lot. Try to showcase some hidden gems. But they have a lot of very unique ideas. Just, you know, always be aware. Not everything is amazing. More guys. So that I just picked up as a totem. It'll unleash a bunch of these monsters on there with a couple elites, which are monsters with stronger monsters with a different effects on them, but they drop better loot. So that's the trade-off. Once I kill these, if I kill these, I get a ton of good items pop out of it. Ah! Okay, I'm going to emphasize if I win. Okay. This guy's definitely going to need a might increase. Jeez. think at level 14 I'm gonna get a huge boost because I got a new weapon gonna be popping out, and then I'm gonna have a ring. If I get some more blues, that'll be a big increase. Ah! They got a dash ability, which they added. Oh, by the way, it's a one thing to say about this game. Like 1.5 on Steam at the moment. It's pretty neat. If you played point and click as a kid. Oh, nice. Okay. See, I'm somebody. It does take me a minute to get into point and click games, but if it is well made, it's well made, man. And I gotta give that one a shot. So that's kind of cool. I've been playing they made Age of Wonders, or they remade Age of Wonders, so I've been playing that on my own time, getting through the campaign. And they added a completely new campaign to it as well. Which, just, it's alright. The main campaign's phenomenal, though. Oh my god. Here we go. Get back into RTS? Really? Oh, Age of Empire? I gotcha. Well, if that's the case, you should look into Age of Mythology Retold. It's a remake of Age of Mythology, and it's basically the same game. But they kind of added other stuff, like you got all the campaigns. They got an entire new campaign. They got like weekly kind of challenge maps, which is like a skirmish that you can go into. They got an entirely new faction. If you're looking for a good old school RTS, that one's pretty well made. I don't know how big the competitive scene is it for, unfortunately, because I'm not really into the whole competitive side. But if it does have one, that would be badass. God, finally. Okay, gimme, gimme, gimme. Willie's Razor. We're doing this again? 98. 87. 64. I have a choice between 3 weapons. Good lord. Physical damage, offensive ability, bleed damage, skill cooldown, cunning, damage to humans, vitality. Oh, I don't want to convert my damage. Look at this. We'll wear this. Level 14 is going to be a really good level for us. Yeah, I can't use any of this stuff. That's neat. I'll have to check that out. Bedridden for a bit. Oh no! Yeah, definitely. That's the rough part too, kind of being a stuck in one place and unable to kind of like do the things you want to do. Sorry to hear that, man. But, I mean, you know, once you get through the path of recovery. Hey, thank you for following. I appreciate that. I'm getting more and more used to that sound. Because sometimes it pops in when I'm least expecting it, and I basically crap myself. But nice. I encourage you, kick back, relax. Usually a game like this is one that I played for so long. It's very therapeutic, so you know, it's kind of nice where you can kick back and just talk about other things. Talk about books, talk about movies. There we go. Oh, that's cool. How is the Steam Link? I've not actually had the opportunity to use it that much. Well, okay, I don't own one, but or I'm thinking of the Steam Deck. I'm sorry. What's Steam Link? There we go. Used it to play Oblivion on TV. Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's sick. I always thought it's like, oh yeah, you just hook your computer up to the TV. The Steam Link sounds a lot easier. iPad or whatever, it's the TV. Oh, that's sick. Nice to get a chance to lounge and use the big screen. Okay. This guy has so much health. Yeah. Well, we'll get there eventually. The weapon I'm using is kind of tapering off in strength. As I gain levels, I'll upgrade pretty quick. Then who will be laughing? Nice. Milton's Cask is an incredibly good item. Pretty much like a must for a fighter characters. But yeah, during the game, you actually find these little notes that give, like, huge story bonus. And there's a ton of them. And if you actually like going into story in games, and you don't mind doing a little reading, I well suggest that for this game. It really tries to expand the world so much more than kind of a, you would initially expect from what you see. But this game could also be good if you don't care for story at all, too. You just blitz through, and it's still a great game. Play MUDs? Really? Okay, that is a genre of game I very much missed out on. But I always found the idea super cool. Just like a text-based RPG that you just have to build. Ooh, if you like that, actually. I was saying it pretty much earlier as I tried to do like a game recommendation in a day. House of Many Doors. Indie game. 90% reading, but still very good. And it's a very unique concept, too. If you've heard of the game A Sunless Sea, it's similar to that style, but it's awesome. Behold. Thank you. Oh, wait, I've already been up here. Glad we had this talk. What do I invest in? I invest in you. Cadence is our main ability. Do they still make MUDs? Like, is there any new ones, or is there a lot of older ones floating around? I hope it's not a genre that's died off. That's an alpha. Should be open. Really? That's cool. I have to check that out. I'd love a video game version of reading a book. And I don't mean that sarcastically at all. Damn. Jumping. What's up? An RP fix or a hack and slasher type game? Really? Okay. Does the fantasy tend to be a, not to knock anybody's stories, but a little more on the unique side? Or is it kind of a, you know, the D&D fantasy with just like, you know, elves and dwarves and stuff? Again, not bad. You know, I like unique ideas. If available. That's kind of cool. I'll have to dig in, see like what modern MUDs there are. taking an awful lot of damage. On the game, some games are inspired by D&D, some Tolkien, some based off other TTRPGs. Okay, that's cool. Get like the TTRPG experience. There are a lot of really good TTRPGs. A hobby of mine is looking into like TTRPG history and finding some of those old books and digging into that. There's an old magazine called Dragon Magazine that reading through is just so cool, seeing how, you know, interests have evolved and how ideas have kind of grown from that. Quick sip of water, as it's like 1,000,000 degrees in here. There we go. Womp. Yeah, for a little context on what this challenge I'm doing is veteran hardcore. So veteran is kind of like, you know, they make the enemies a lot more tanky, and a little tougher, but increase the loot drop rate. So it's like a little bit version of a harder game, but they have other advantages. And then you got hardcore, which it means that my character has 1 life, if you're not familiar with it. And when he's dead, he's dead. And I've thrown many characters on the fire here. But, yeah, the goal is to beat the game through 3 difficulties. And basically beat everything on ultimate mode. So the first 2 difficulties are to build the character. The next one is to master him. And to actually beat it. So, we're in for the long haul. My last character died, which is unfortunate. But I'm trying to break the mold of what I normally do and make a more tanky character. Oh, yeah. I never did play Adamfall yet. It's one of those things that was suggested. I've got like a massive backlog, I'll be perfectly honest. But yeah, it's definitely been recommended for sure. Got some of the regulars like Mad Hat and Low, who are very good. Yeah, I know, right? Kind of like showing up at a bookstore, buying 20 books, reading 3 of them. It's like, yep, my bookshelf's full. Proud of this. Bought 15 copies of a, you know, Sun Tzu Art of War. I've read none of them. That's kind of been the thing I've been trying to do is, you know, actually beat the majority of the games on my backlog. That sign is going to be half-price books, buying something you'll never read. How'd you know? Half-price books is absolute genius. One of my favorite things to do is go into, like, you know, one of those old ma and pa bookstores and just seeing what treasures you can find. Hell yeah. Well, are you a reader? Do you like, what kind of stuff do you like to read? Ooh, Mystic Slip Tongue. Does so much less damage. Throws a poison bolt. No. We're doing physical damage or nothing. And we're leaning on the nothing side. Wump, wump, wump. Sci-fi nerd? Nice. Okay. We're talking about that. The, Cyberpunk is a game I have not. Oh, wait, sorry. Cyberpunk in general. Yeah, Cyberpunk is such a cool genre, too. One of my favorite movies growing up has always been Blade Runner. I don't think I've read a lot of M.K. Gibson. Eh, that's definitely one of those games that a lot of people love. I'm not super in love with it. But, you know. It looks really good. It looks like a fun game. It's not my favorite, personally. Ah. Oh, really? That, I believe. It's always rough, though. I don't know. I don't usually follow my own rule, but that's why I'm usually resistant to buying games day one. Just because, like, you know, it's... The game sales culture these days is that's... Okay, I'm gonna die if I'm not careful. Is that it just seems to be okay to be releasing a game, you know, that's kind of subpar with the expectation that they'll make it as it's released. And I don't know, I'd rather play a closer to finished game. Unless it's Abiotic Factor, in which case that game is amazing. You don't buy day one, it spoils so much. Yeah, that's true. Give me a moment. I will look at chat in a second when I'm not, you know, in mortal danger. Wolven the Inferno. So the poison guy is debuffing me. And that's why I'm getting taken so much damage. Damn you, Plague Lord, die. Yeah. Feels like if you don't buy day one, you get spoiled, so it's so much of a bad time. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's kind of the rough spot. That's how I'm only really willing to buy a day one game if it's kind of a sandbox sort of thing, right? Because that way it's like, okay, people can have their own experiences. You can still hear things about the story, but it can't really be ruined for you. I mean, at least for me. But then again, I'm also not as worried about having things spoiled myself. At least it doesn't bother me as much as it does some other people. But I totally get that. Like 3 days after the game's released, then you got like 15 lore videos. Here's what it looks like when you've beaten it. I have max level characters, and I got the game for free 10 months before it released. Here's 100% playthrough. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. Like, when it comes to BG3, I think you can only really have it spoiled so much. There's so many different things you can do in that game. There we go. Correct. One more level and we'll be golden. I'm mad at you for not spoiling. Really? Just mad at you that you didn't spoil it? Aw, come on. That's like one of the biggest twists you can get in there. I remember back in the day, I bought a computer just to play the original Oblivion. Like, it was top of the line back in the day, and I was so proud of it. And I practically 100%ed that game. But then again, my first Elder Scrolls game was a Morrowind, so... That's like the newest, hottest thing. How is the remaster? is hard to go back to, for sure. It was quite good back in the day, though. I used to play it on, like, the original Xbox. And having never seen anything like it, it was just, like, so out of the blue and unique. I'm like, this is amazing! But it is true what they say about cliff racers. You're not even playing the game, and you're still being attacked by them. Your master's janky and a love letter, though. Okay. So basically, it's just they take the same old game and they redo it? Or is it kind of... I think I'm under the impression it's a remake. And keep responding that way. But no, it's a remaster. There's a difference. Ah, a strange key, you say. I thank you. I'll hold on to that. Like a sprint button? Amazing. Same creation age, so not a remake. Okay. You know, that's kind of cool. Because, I mean, one, it already exists, so it's probably a safe bet for Bethesda to make. And then two, it's basically like, it is a really good game. All things said, I actually prefer it over Skyrim. Although I played quite a bit of Skyrim back in the day. But I think they went in depth into kind of like quests. And it was amusing that you can actually join every single guild and master them with the same character. Your first and prefer it to Skyrim, although it was just nostalgia. I gotcha. And Skyrim was fine. I liked it. But it just, having played the older ones, which I feel like had a lot more technical depth to it, I don't feel like they hold up as much. Or Skyrim holds up as much as the other two. I mean, technical by gameplay, not necessarily mechanics. Or mechanics, not necessarily graphics. Obviously. I don't think I've ever seen this boss before. Nathlian, the Hound Caller. Okay. I mean, I get it. He's calling hounds. Beating you up, sir. Okay, okay. We're moving. We're moving. Yeah. I mean that literally, too. Did you know in Skyrim, they have 2 character body designs? That they just put different skins on? I mean, maybe they changed that with the expansions over the years, but still. That's the sort of thing just boggles my mind. It's like, are you serious? Of all the things you could have done, you chose this? It's a class feature, yeah. So, actually, yes and no. How I'm building the character class, there's 2 different health bars. So they got the regular health bar, and then you see kind of the haze over it. This is your constitution. So let's say my health goes down, but the constitution stays. If I'm out of combat for a few seconds, it consumes the constitution and heals the health. And then over time, you actually find food items that you can regenerate your constitution. It kind of keeps the stuff, but you can actually spec into health regen too. Like I got a couple abilities down the tree here. Yeah, that like veterancy here. If I put levels into that, that actually gives me health regen per second. And furthermore, if you want to expand further, you get these shrines occasionally that give you devotion points that you put into these, which are basically just like, you know, the different deities in the game. And you go like higher levels. You got different like affinities that you can go towards, which unlocks different versions of them. And then they give you different abilities like this. Like, let's say the ghoul here for health regeneration. He gives you one of the 3 stats and then a defensive ability. He gives you health regen. You basically do vampirism. And then you get like a special ability that you attach to one of your skills to get an additional effect that happens in a percentage chance. And that spell itself uniquely upgrades and levels up as you play through the game. It's really cool and super in-depth. Cool. I'm going with Turtle because I'm getting a defensive ability, and then this ability in the back, the Turtle Shell. If you decrease to 50% health, it basically gives me 500 a shield that absorbs 500 damage. It's quite good. Well, where's the crab? There it is. Pierce resistance. Arcane barrier. Amazing. I think I might aim for that one. Go for turtle crab. Yeah, I hope you don't mind that I'm not really giving you a dive in the story. As the beginning of the game, as I've lost so many characters, I've seen this like hundreds of times. So I'm kind of rushing through it. But I do encourage taking the time with the story. I find it rewarding. There's one more level and I get so much cool stuff. I'm halfway there. Almost. Yeah, my suggestion if you make a character is kind of pick an ability that you want to level up and then really go hard in that element and ability. Because then you can really take, like, your characters tend to get incredibly powerful that way. And I suppose, even though I ignore it all the time, paying attention to your resistances here, there's like a ton of elements that you can resist. Like you got physical resistance here, which is important for my kind of character. Chaos, aether damage, vitality damage, bleeding damage, pierce damage, poison damage, lightning, cold, fire. And then like leveling all these up to maximum, there's like different things that you do is a huge part in how you make your characters and stuff. You also get these things called components. You've been seeing these items that have been popping up that are yellow. It's these guys. So these you can actually attach to your equipment to increase them on the ability too. And that'll increase your like your strengths, weaknesses, and resistances. So you can get yourself pretty strong pretty quick. I'm more used to playing caster characters, and to the point where they just like get so absurdly powerful. It's just too many times I've kind of got like instant jibbed. It's like, okay, I need a little more durability in my life. A little bit of A, a little bit of B, but as you can see, I have active quests here. Basically, yeah, it's you go to town. In fact, I'll show you town. I don't think I've been into town, but since you've come here, let me finish out this quest. But yeah, there are active abilities. There's also a reputation thing that you can go in the game. It's kind of the grindier nature of the game as you go on, but you can get faction affinities. Let me kill these enemies and I'll show them off. So like these guys are considered humans and bandits, right? So there's like a bandit faction. And then there's enemy factions and there's ally factions. And they all have pluses and minuses about raising or lowering their skill, your affinity for them. Stop fighting me. I gotta show this off. There we go. But yeah, you got a Codex. Yeah, here's the faction widow. So there's the different kinds of enemies that I've found thus far. So these are allies. Basically, you got your reputation, where it's like you do quests for them and do certain things, or kill certain kinds of enemies. You gain reputation. And then once you reach these thresholds, you get faction merchants that give you really cool stuff. And then there's workbenches that give you basically cooldown abilities where you do go out and terrorize NPCs. Whereas you get faction as a benefit. But the enemies, by decreasing their faction, you get more of them, basically. So yeah, when they despise you, you get more spawns. You get more hero spawns, which are the ones with the stars that drop good stuff. And then once you get all the way back at the top level, you get something that's called a nemesis. In all my time playing, I have killed 0 nemesis. I've seen 2 of them, and been killed by both. But they are very strong, like very strong. They're kind of like the end game challenge. And there's some people who actually go out. Aw, thanks. But there's people who actually go out and when they build a character, they strive to kill all of them. So not only do they go out and, you know, farm the reputation, they, you know, they actually beat those insane monsters. But no, all in all, this is a great game. Yeah, I'll show off the town a little bit. Forgot I did say that. Okay. So yeah, you can drop a town portal anywhere. You can zort back. This is the map. The world of Cairn. It's pretty big. You go to all these different locations. You got the DLCs. But yeah, then you show up in town. You got your vendors. You got your quest people. They do talk. I just have the volume down. Hold on to this. As you play the game, you'll unlock a different thing, so you can actually change what you look like for just like a little currency, in-game currency. So you don't actually have to worry about looking dumb. Yeah, I turned down the volume because I had one class that did not specialize in getting mana, and was primarily a spellcaster, so every 10 seconds you're like, not enough energy, not enough energy, not enough energy. That got a little annoying. There we go. And another one. I usually wait until I get a few quests killed before actually turning them in. Just to get them in like a burst, but turning them one by one is not so bad. It doesn't actually hurt me in any way, shape, or form. Although I do gotta say, I gotta prioritize getting a damage increase on this character. Something fierce. Just one more level. That'll do it. Then I'll have an upgraded weapon and everything. As you can see, he has 13,000 health, so you just gotta wear him down. That's the veteran level. If you don't play veteran, the enemies are a lot more manageable. I just toughen them up. A sacrificial knife of celestial wrath. What is that even? Oh, something I can't use is what it is. I'm auto-fire. I'm actually holding down the click button, and then it just auto-attacks that way. You can click individually, and I right-click for my special ability. And then you got your keys. If I had any abilities here, I'd be able to use them. R and E are your health and mana potions. You don't actually have to go buy them. You just automatically have them. That's a bonus. But yeah, you can actually get a ranged characters with like guns and crossbows and stuff. Spellcasters, you can hold down shift and just swing. Just so you don't want to run around. But this is definitely a point and click. Like, all my movements are me clicking the screen. All my attacks are me holding down the click. Like, if you really want to, and you're pretty confident, you can play this entire game with just the mouse. Like, a mouse and a couple of the number keys, and you're good. But I do use some of the hotkeys. What's up? This entire time I didn't have shoulder pads. Madness. But I'll take it. I tend to turn on the loot filter a little too quickly. So I usually don't even have like a full suit of armor. It may or may not contribute to some of those deaths. Am I wrong for demanding the best? There we go. Got these snake people, which are actually kind of cool. Like, story-wise, they're actually, like... They're, like, sentient, swamp-dwelling snake people. They're so poisonous that just being in the proximity of the water kills them. But are you dead for demanding the best? Well, yes, that... You got me there. But now we have an upgrade. So, to shield training, shield training, shield training. You know, I think this game wants me to use shield training. It's pretty good. But, do I use this or this? I mean, this is the stronger weapon. Using a big old razor blade. What does this one look like? That's pretty cool. You like pretty cool. There are classes that you can actually dual wield weapons. I'm not currently playing as one. Yeah, I'm not using this. This, however... Get some of that health regeneration out of here. And replace that with offensive ability and bleed. Fighting form is an ability I can use. It's pretty good. Put that. Hold on to this. Golden. We have upgraded quite significantly, actually. Fighting form. Fighting form. Sorry, what does that do? Do I know what fighting form is? It's fighting spirit. Oh, it's right there. Okay. I think it's time for you to go to sleep. I'll hopefully catch you. Yeah, I do. Actually, I stream almost every day except for Monday. And then I do... it's basically 4:30 to... like 8 Pacific Standard Time, but because it's Friday. But yeah, thank you for sticking around. It's nice getting to know you, Roos. Look forward to seeing you again. Yeah, if you do end up getting this game, I hope to see what you roll with. This weapon is much stronger. It will eventually taper off. Yeah, fighting with the Hamhawk's really good early game, but not quite. We're kind of getting to the point where it was overlapped. I don't know why the term Pants of Ruin really makes me laugh every time. The Pants of Ruin. There we go. We're powering forward. Cut them down. I don't really have much in the way of retaliation, do I? Maybe that's the thing I need to upgrade. Yeah, this hat actually became incredibly valuable too, so physical damage to shield training, plus 50 physical damage to shield training, and 100% internal trauma. Overguard's great. Blitz, great. Tons of resistances. Like, this hat is too good. Probably gonna be wearing it well after its expiration date. And it's crazy that it's a guaranteed drop, too. As long as you kill Milton, you get this hat. An Axe of Shattering, delightful. Really? One-handed. Are you serious? That's stronger? Amazing. Stronger and faster. Actually, I'm pretty sure it evens out. Yeah, sorry, Razorblade. You've been quickly replaced. I'll start hitting things to see if it makes a big difference. It does. Okay. It does. I think that's the omen. We saw what happened to the other character using that sword. We said, no, not again. Damn. There we go. Do a little bit of dodging, no big deal. Jeez, that freeze is crazy. You're halfway done. Boom. Oh my god, I found the Defender of Devil's Crossing again? Hell yeah. No freaking way. That is too good. I mean, 26% chance isn't great, but to block. But I got plenty of abilities to actually increase block chance, so that's gonna be swell. I could have sworn there's a devotion shrine in here. I don't know why I think that. So the Rift Hounds are using, basically the Warcry ability. That's how they're healing. I can get that as a soldier. I think that's another cool part of the game is I'm pretty sure all the enemies' attacks that they can do is an effect you can get either from an item, skill, or a something else. Or devotion. Unless it's like the end boss stuff. There you go. Yeah, another one of these. Wow, that guy hits like a truck. Bone Snarl, you've been holding out on me. Enough of that. Ah. I can't tell if it was the spider producing the spikes or me. We got Headhunter Trophy, Bone Snarls. I'm fighting all the same items. It's crazy. That is so much more powerful. Okay, physical chance, crit chance, rending force. Yes. Time to bring the gavel. Bleed damage. Attack damage converted to health. Amazing. Yes, put that on. That's gonna be hard to top. Stonehide Tarnish Heater, Shield of Thorns. That's temporary holdover. Do you have a special ability? Nope. Oh god, what did I just get? Oh, hammer. I need Rending Force. A powerful form of Blade Arc, which soldier builds power between attacks to unleash it and focus. And that's really cool. More expensive. Generates additional threat. Yeah, what's this Rending Force? Is it even a thing I can have? Oh, you know what? It's probably Oathbringer. Drieg's Reproach? What? There's more Drieg abilities? Oh my god. I have Reckoning, Soulfire, Ascension, Clarity of Purpose. Huh. Hey, Jababy, how you doing? How's it hanging, bud? Yeah, I don't know what this Rending Force is. My god. I can make a whole Drieg character. Again. Yeah, this one's called Grim Dawn. It is an absolutely fantastic game. It's kind of an older one, but it's one I played for a long time. It has one of the best single-player experiences, I think, out of games out there. And that's merely my opinion. But we're doing the Veteran Hardcore Challenge. So our Veteran makes the game enemies a lot tougher, but the loot drops better. And then Hardcore means if this character dies, he's 100% dead. And the goal is to beat all 3 difficulties with a single character. And then, like, in the most difficult New Game Plus 2 Ultimate Mode, beat everything on it. So we'll see if I can achieve that. Oh, it's right there. Okay. I was looking all over for that ability. Yeah. Do you like games like this? The ARPG? The Diablo-like? They're quite fun. They have a pretty... They seem very simple gameplay-wise. They're actually incredibly in-depth, I think. Okay, nice. Well, I encourage you to take a look at this, as even if it's a super old game, developers are still making stuff for it. There's like an expansion that's been teased on the horizon. One that I'm super excited for. Basically, as soon as it comes out, I'm buying it. If it requires to even be bought. Yeah, I do strongly recommend this game. Has a huge community, too. There's an entire website dedicated for, like, making seasons and stuff. And it's, like, all completely third party. But now I get the advantage of hitting things with a hammer, so it's hard to lose. Yep. Get wrecked. I do like this gavel. It is ridiculous. And running around hitting things with the maul is just... It seems like you do a lot of damage. Interesting. Is it a secret area? No. No! Game just crashed. Sometimes that happens, is when you're going through a zone and, like, your computer's a million degrees like mine is. I totally crashed down to the thing. That sucks. But we have been playing for a good while now. It is time to head off to bed. But with that, I want to say thank you all. I know maybe you just came in. I don't mean to run off as soon as you do that. But I look forward to, you should check out the VODs. But with that, I hope you have a wonderful evening. I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Tomorrow's Multiplayer Saturday. And we got a new one coming up, so keep that in mind. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Take it easy. I'll see you then.